Um, Public service announcements, guys, and I really mean this now. Anybody who is in this Sunday hangout without a meal or a drink, I don't want you here. If you don't have a meal or a drink with you, leave now and unsubscribe. I'll say it one last time. If you don't have a meal or a drink, preferably both, leave my stream right now and unsubscribe. Cashew nuts. I don't know who espresso are, but call the check. We've cashew nuts. We've got Malta Guinness here. Malta Guinness cut the check. So this is going to be an exposition.
That's not a meal, though, is it? That's a snack. That's a snack,
bro. Have you actually no? These things they count as a meal because they're very filling. But see, the key things that I've already eaten. See, because this was such a big, massive meal, I've already had my jollof rice and my Nigerian stew already. So because I wanted to get fully prepared, because this is going to be a deconstruction and a deep dialogue. Because see, that was never going to allow Pep to go through with this because that's why the Euros happened, Copa America happened, because of those things happened. Again, it was hard. It was hard for us to really get through. So we're going to go from the very beginning, and this is going to be a critique and a dissection. And please, anybody who rejects these things or so forth that doesn't agree with me, feel free. Live chat. Send in your comments. Send in your dubs and so forth. I'll be interacting and doing other beautiful stuff. Feel free. But I am going to have my say because I have been waiting for this for ever since that UCL final, ever since the Verge said what's up. I've been waiting for this dissectiones, which of course is the Pep Guardiola breakdown. So I think the best way to start with stuff like this, is it's always very important to have an image, and I think because an image is very good to illustrate things, So Pep Guardiola. Where we are, let's show right now. There we go. Pep Guardiola. You see, I remember when this guy used to play. Again, I'm sort of aging myself and so, but I remember very well when this guy used to play, because obviously I think he was in Euro 96, I believe. So I think Euro 96 was his last tournament. I don't think he was in France 1998. But I remember he used to play, decent play and so forth. So, because I want to talk about the 3 stages, which is his Barcelona stints, his City stints, his Bayern stints, and then his Man City stints. So when he came into Barcelona, I was like, oh, damn. What's he going to do? I was shocked that he ousted Ronaldinho, because I said, wait, okay, that's a big move. That is a big move, coming in and telling Ronaldinho that he's surplus to requirements, a guy who was a Ballon d'Or winner and arguably one of the most talented players that we've ever seen in the history of the game. First season, he won a treble. And I want to look at all of these. Abdul, I'll get to you. I'll get to you. Let me get you out. Like is it? So he won a treble. And many people will say that, HH, you loser. Some might even call me bald, but my hair is slowly growing. Say, HH, how can you disrespect a guy who won a treble in his very first season? Let's investigate that treble, shall we? Fine. You can have your La Liga and Copa del Rey. Cool. That team you had, did that form the core of a Spanish team who won the Euros? Yes. Cool. So you obviously inherited a team that won the Euros, coached by that racist Luis Aragonés. Also, as well, you obviously brought in Henry. Cool. Everybody knows what happened in that semi-final. The greatest robbery in the history of the game. Abdul Zeman, keep your mics muted. Keep your mics muted.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
Can you
a win is a win.
A win's a win. It's not a race out of history.
A win is a win.
Keep your mic muted. Can you keep your mics muted? So, you inherited a team from... Yeah. I hope you choke. I hope you freaking choke. Thank you. So you inherited a team that obviously won the Euros, and obviously that 09 thing was a robbery, but fair enough. When it is a robbery, you go ahead and you win it. The belief was Pep's coaching. This guy is a maverick. This guy is a legend. That was what the belief was. But let's investigate that treble. Was that really Pep's coaching? Or was it the fact that you had a Spanish team that won 3 international trophies in a row, and you had a striker who you disrespected called Samuel Eto'o, where there are racial allegations, and you had a supernova called Messi? I'm come first to Wilton. Wilton, do you give Pep that 09 treble, yes or no?
Yes, it was an incredible achievement because
achievements how?
Because for a manager with no experience, yes, he coaches a youth team, but he's first ever. It's just at a big club like Barcelona, his first ever season. The guy does a sextuple. Like,
no. But how much do you give it to him and the talents that he had?
It's him, though, because those players were there, though. They were there in 08 and 07. Why didn't Barcelona do the sextuple?
Because they're not hit their peak.
It doesn't make sense.
But Wilson, they won the Euros in 08. They won the Euros in 08.
Yeah, they won the Euros in 08. But I'm saying that Barcelona team, though, that Xavi, Iniesta, Messi, they were there in 08, and we destroyed them in La Liga. We won La Liga by what? Like 12, 15 points that season. Barca was garbage. Barca didn't even finish second. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember. I remember that season perfectly. We destroyed them in the second and Clasico, beat them 4-1 when Robin scored, Robinho got a penalty, Vernisor scored. Barca were in shambles. Like he sold Deco and Ronaldinho. Then that season, I'm sure you've seen the documentary. He said, "We're gonna win every single trophy in my first season. We're gonna win everything," and he did. He delivered a sextuple. And only 2 managers in history have done a sextuple: Pep and Hansi Flick. Those are the only 2 ones. So I gotta give him credit there. It's just you can't just say, they had peaked this. But so Barcelona, the best successful year ever in their history is under Pep Guardiola.
No, but Wilson, of course he deserves some credit. But what we want to know is how much credit. Every manager who's won everything has at least 1% of credit. But my thing is, Mourinho deserves a huge amount of credit first of that FC Porto win, and that's Inter win, because those players you would not call the world-class players. Based on the players he had at his disposal, specifically Lionel Messi.
Yeah, but those players are world-class now after the 09 season, though. Couldn't you say that? Because Messi wasn't winning Ballon d'Or in 08. Messi first Ballon d'Or came after the sextuple when they did the treble.
When was the Euros? The Euros was in the summer of 08.
It was over
the summer of 08, which was now leading into the 08-09 season. So I could perfectly make the argument that racist start Luis Aragonés helped to give Guardiola the platform for those Spanish players to say what's up, combined with Messi.
No, it doesn't. It's just because he's the one that made them play the way he wanted them to play on the pitch. He's the one that made, he didn't make tiki-taka. Pep didn't invent tiki-taka. But he made this Barcelona team play this type of football where they just they just make you tired, bro. Like, they pass the ball so much that you tired. And Pep took your idea.
Wilton, see, I told you, my argument is so strong. I've only just started. See, this is like the perfect story. See, I'm just laying the foundations, because trust me, once I get to the crescendo, which is Man City, I'm going to come back to this. So all I want is just your thoughts about how much credit you give him for 09.
He's Barcelona spelling 09. That's all him. He gets all the credit because he had
all the credits.
Yeah, he had the ball to give Ronaldinho away. He said, Ronaldinho finished. I don't want this guy. He said Deco is finished. Then he took this guy away. Then he said, we're going to make Messi the main guy, which what he did. And he didn't. And to be fair, he wanted Eto'o out too, but Eto'o stayed and helped, and Eto'o caught up in the final. But you gotta. I'm sorry, bro. He's the first manager to do a sex support day first season.
Wait, Wilson. I don't care. I don't care.
If we have to be objective here, though. Are we gonna make fun of Pep afterwards? We'll see over the Barca stuff. We're gonna clown him, but his Barcelona spell was amazing. I'm a Madrid fan, and I'm saying it was amazing.
Okay, Wilson. You know what? Let's deal in the present. Let's act as if we've taken the DeLorean back into 09. So at 09 right now, wow, my God, could we be looking at a maverick? So let's just ignore that we're in 2021. So at this moment in time, so audience, at this moment in time, I thought that we were witnessing perhaps the beginning of the greatest manager ever, because for a guy with no experience to come in and win all these trophies, I was like, oh my God, that is unheard of. So, okay, cool. How much, see, okay, this is difficult. At this time, okay, Vilton, I'll bite. But there's an asterisk, guys. At this time. So this is 2009 Double H when I didn't have a job and I was unemployed. At this moment in time, I was like, fair enough, cool. Hussein, how much credit would you give him for that 09 treble?
I'll give him some credit, but there's an extent to that. What Pep Guardiola does best is he writes the checkbook and tells the president of whatever club he's at, he tells the sporting director of whatever club he's at, get me these players, spend the money.
He's talking about 09, bro.
09.
Hey, yes.
Let's go. See,
No.
Hussein, we'll get there. Just wait. Hussein, transmit yourself back to 09. Like, what was your mind frame at this time in 2009? Let's do it like in chronological order.
Okay, in 2009, what he did, it was very good. I mean, it's like Vilton said, it's the first sextuple. No one's really done it. He's just come from managing the Barcelona B team, and then he starts, managing the first team, and he does very well. So, I mean, you can't really, say that, Guardiola did this. I know some people like to say, he only won it because of that Iniesta goal against Chelsea, and that was a fraudulent match.
Fraudulent game, robbery.
Yeah. But again, he even then he still won the trophies. I think that's most important because I think I'll give Pep the credit because I think it was since 2006, before 2009, basically after Frank Rijkaard won the Champions League. They only won one trophy, and I think that was the Spanish Super Cup. So I think there's also that you have to consider kind of the form Barcelona were in before Pep Guardiola came. They weren't the best club in Spain under Rijkaard. They did make the semi-final in 2008 when they lost to Manchester United, but then Guardiola's the man that took them to the final and won. So I'll give him credit for that, but obviously I have more to say about him. So
yes, no, Hussein, there's a lot more.
Yeah.
G-Man, I know this. Daniel, I know this is your way. Daniel, why are you calling yourself G-Man? G-Man or Talking Tactics? Are you there? All right. Abdallah. I'm skipping Abdullah and Z-Man. Abdallah, are you there? Yes.
Yeah, I'm
so your thoughts?
I'm in Ukraine. One sec. I'm in Ukraine. But yeah. This is the thing. You're right. It's not going to be etched out of history with an asterisk, as people said with Liverpool last year with the Premier League. A win is a win. Chelsea clearly didn't turn up. A win's a win, unfortunately. You play with your...
No, it's not actually. Who told you that? What do you mean a win is a win?
A win's a win. A win's a win.
No, it's not.
A win's a win.
No, it's not.
You might get certain biased referees. You can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, I can complain. What do you mean I can't do anything? I can complain, which is what I'll do.
If you got an issue, go storm UEFA's office.
No. I have a right to bitch and moan, which I will always do. I'll always do. So you can't take away that right away from me. They robbed. That's not a clean victory. I don't acknowledge that 09 win because they robbed Chelsea. So I'm sorry. I'll keep on saying it.
It's your Chelsea bias. Unfortunately, I would be the same. A win's a win. A win's a win. You can't do nothing about it unless you can storm UEFA's offices and tell them to remove it out of the history books.
UEFA can go screw themselves, man.
Exactly. So what can you do? What can you do about it? You can't do nothing about it. A win's a win. You can call him a fraud in the aspect of winning the UCL at City. I won't accept it.
No, Abdallah, focus on 09. How much credit do you give him for this 09 treble?
50-50. I would say 50% for the players and 50% for the manager. Because it goes hand in hand. Without the players, they're nothing. The win's nothing, and without the manager, it's nothing. It goes hand in hand.
Okay. Shan,
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, my name got changed in another hangout. HH. So
you're called. Okay, no. Okay. Why are you called G-Man in another?
Somebody changed my name in another hangout. So
wow. Okay, Daniel, talk to me. So transpoint yourself back to 09. How much credit do you give Pep for this treble in 09? Keeping in mind that he had a robbery. Yeah, 09. Come on, that's the robbery of semi-final.
0%.
Zero.
You would have to consider in 2009 the level of Chelsea fan that I was. It was completely 100% UEFA Lona. Chelsea got robbed and cheated in the semifinal, so I wasn't giving Barcelona, Pep Guardiola. It was zero credit. It was all UEFA Lona. So if I'm transporting myself back to 2009, I was an uncomplicated Chelsea fan at that time. So Guardiola was getting no credit from me. I was giving it to whoever the UEFA president was. So yeah, but in reality, it's like 70% for Pep. Looking back with like calm perspective, he created the team, or at least that shape of the team. Obviously, we can give Rijkaard and those that came before credit, but you kind of opened it up with. He got rid of Ronaldinho. That was madness in 2009. You wouldn't have done that, or 2008. You wouldn't have done that. And then the next summer, he gets rid of Eto'o. Like, what are you doing? But it worked out for him because 2011 came. So, look, Pep, Barcelona Pep, I don't think he's too touchable. Like, once we get into Bayern Munich and once we get into Man City, we can start to have.
He's touchable. No. That's clear.
The Barcelona tenure is young. It's pretty untouchable.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah. The night is still young. Shan, talk to me. 09. How much credit?
09. I'll gotta give him 09. It's hard, but I've got to give him credit. Yeah,
how much?
What, as like a percentage?
Cicinho.
It'll be 50-50.
So how does he get the 50%?
Because he got the treble. He got the sextuple.
Even though he inherited a team that won the Euros and the Lionel Messi and Henry.
No, I'll give him 50% because he got them playing football that no one had ever seen before. Well,
no. Holland played that in the 70s.
Yeah, but I was never there. I hadn't seen that level before anyway. And that 6-2 against Real Madrid, that was a joke. He paid the refs though against Chelsea. I mean, I got to deduct some points from that. But yeah, he got it done in the end, so I can't really blame.
Yeah, I mean, because see, my thing is that with that semi-final against your boys, it takes the gloss off. I'll keep it real. It takes the gloss off of the victory based off of that 09, because with that robbery, I can't look at that treble as clean because it was such a blatant robbery that they had. It is the gloss off, but fair enough. Juan Pablo, Mr. Bigman. So, how much credit do you give to Pep Guardiola for this 09 treble, Mr. Juan Pablo?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Well, hello. So, yeah, I've been listening to your comments. I actually give him a lot of credit. There's a different opinions. I respect your hope because, you're a Chelsea fan. You said that the 2009 against Chelsea was a robbery. Mm-hmm. I have one question for you and one question only. Explain to me why Abidal was sent off in that game. If it was a robbery.
Because it was a correct decision. Chelsea fans complain about the robbery because of the amount of incorrect decisions, not because of the right decisions that were made at the time.
No. And also Juan Pablo. Abidal was sent off for no. First of all, the sending off was right, but beyond though, you cannot ignore the multitude of decisions that went against Chelsea, and you cannot ignore what UEFA not wanting a Chelsea United final to take place in successive seasons. That is real. That's okay. It is real. And when you just look at the amount of decisions that went against them in Stamford Bridge, at Camp Nou, it is what it is. The fact that it went against them at Stamford Bridge just shows the blatant audacity of what went down.
But you wouldn't be complaining if it was the other way around.
Mutesy, my friend.
Makes sense. I'll say this. Let me say something. I'll say this. In my opinion, because Abidal never touched Drogba, never touched him. But okay, let's say it was a controversial game. It was a controversial game. But let's go back to the matter at hand, which is Pep Guardiola. Someone said before that Pep only, could talk to the manager and ask for players. I remember that in those days, he favored La Masia. So there was like 9 out of the starting 11 who were players who came from La Masia. So they didn't buy the players. They developed the players. Pedro, Busquets came from La Masia, Piqué, the whole team. I think it was just 2 who were bought, which was Dani Alves and I don't remember who. So I give him a lot of credit. It was the only manager in history who achieved what he achieved with just developed players that were developed in the club. So a lot of credit to him.
Yeah, okay, fine. Look, we'll be moving on soon, man. All right. Let me just keep up to date with these. So, from your boy Chelsea perspective, man, thank you for the dub. Chelsea perspective says, my brother, keeping it real as always, love it. Chelsea perspective, thank you, bro, and I really enjoyed our collab, man. Thank you, dear man. Mohammed, thank you for the dub. Why is this clown putting an asterisk on Liverpool's EPL trophy? Now, by clown, who are you referring to by that? I can't remember putting an asterisk on Liverpool's EPL trophy. I don't. So I never put a clown on his trophy. I put an asterisk on Pep's 09 treble based on what happened in the semi. There's an asterisk there. But yeah, Liverpool winning the EPL trophy, no, that's fine. So I never put an asterisk there. Maybe it was some other United fan, but definitely wasn't me. Okay, Abdul. Try not to be biased. Keeping in mind that your team robbed another team of the 09 semi, how much credit do you give your guys for stealing their way and cheating their way to the 09 treble?
It's funny because I'm actually going to surprise you. Like, I had this long, you can ask Wilton, he was part of it. I had like this long discussion. I don't rate Pep that highly. I don't rate him that highly, to be fair. Like, and I know it's not relevant to this part of the stream because we're not talking about what he's done at City and Bayern, because that's where he dropped off. He's like proved himself not to be the manager that we thought he was at Barca, So
so specifically in 09. So in your view, you were like, oh, this guy's like the next God. He's his next Moses. Look.
I mean, the thing is, if I take myself back to 09, like I was still like, I was 10 years old, I was 10, 11 years old. So I was very young. I wasn't like really paying a lot of attention to the manager. Like I was more paying attention to like Messi bursting on the scene and stuff like that, But the thing is with Pep, like you also got to ask yourself, like, did he really he did revolutionize Barcelona, but did he, like, was Frank Lampard not underachieving with the squad he had? Because in my opinion, he was. Like, I think if any other good manager took over the team that Pep had, he would do really well. You know what I mean? I think Frank, in my opinion, Rijkaard, he was underachieving with the squad that we had. So the thing with Pep is, like, you gotta give him credit. Like, there's a difference between winning and winning playing amazing football. You know what I mean? Like, that's why the team that he built, the 09 to 11 or even 12 team, like it's gonna be cemented in history. Whereas like teams like Chelsea, you won the CL last season, but like not in the most beautiful way. You know what I mean? Like people are remembered, like teams are remembered for the style of play, and like his style of play was so entertaining, man, so entertaining. So, and he revolutionized Barca. So, like, you can't not give him credit, and it's just tough because we know what he's gone on to do. Like, we know he's gone on to not win any CL without these key players. You know what I mean?
No. We'll get this. Basically, at this time, you give him the dub. At this time,
100%. Like, how can you not give him the dub? How can you not give him the dub? But HH, I promised you one thing yesterday.
What?
That I wasn't lying.
Lying about what?
Oh wait, somebody in the comments have just said that Mason Mount is overrated. What? Who's overrated him? I didn't overrate him. I said Maradona, and I think that's totally fair enough. I have no idea where this slander is coming from, but no problem. Mason Mount, Maradona, it's a toss of a coin for me. It's a toss of a coin.
You see, that's like, see, that is where people should be jailed. That should be a criminal offense. That's right there should be a criminal offense.
Is he trolling?
I don't care whether he's trolling.
He wasn't trolling. He wasn't trolling.
And that's my scary thing. I don't think he was trolling. Basically, that's a criminal offense. That is a
straight
up criminal offense.
It's Roy Jenny from the kickoff. He was actually trolling.
He wasn't trolling, bro. I've watched the streams. Like, he wasn't trolling, bro. Stop saying he was trolling.
Do you watch the kickoff?
But it wasn't on the kickoff, bro. It was on his own stream.
Okay. So look. Whatever it was, listen, even if it was trolling, just to even utter those words, even as a lie, you're sick. Z-Man, talk to me. So Z-Man, talk 09.
Okay.
And don't be biased.
Before we talk about 09, I have to talk about Frank Rijkaard. Frank Rijkaard, he didn't achieve to what was his goals. And I remember
his 06 UCL win.
I respect him for that. I respect him for that. He got us a UCL. You have to respect that. Just like how you have to respect Frank Lampard's contribution to
Zeman, shut up.
No, in all reality, listen, it wasn't going according to plan, and Laporta had it. He had to make a decision, and Jose Mourinho was one of the candidates at the time. I remember that, and Pep got the job, and I remember the news media kind of being divided in terms of this guy is not experienced enough. He doesn't have the credentials to be managing a team like Barcelona. Yeah, he succeeded at Barcelona B, but is he good enough? And I remember, Johan Cruyff was backing him, and that's why he got the job. In terms of before he came, which was the 2007 season, remember, we got Henry on the January transfer window. That's when we got him in 2007. So it's prior to Pep taking over the first team. And when Pep arrived, Thuram's contract was out. He brought the likes of Dani Alves. He brought the likes of PK. He promoted Sergio Busquets to the first team. He got Keita, who did his part. So he brought those players, and he was even being criticized for the transfers he did make and letting go of players like Deku and Ronaldinho. He's in that sense, he was getting criticized, and for him to win, sextuple is amazing considering how much criticism that he did get.
Yeah.
And
he favored La Masia.
He built a very competitive team that was experienced, that had a combination of youth and experience, like Henry, Eto'o. He had the likes of PK, who was he had those players, and then you have to give him credit for what he's done for Barcelona, and I don't think that's where the heat of the debate begins. I think it's Man City. I think it's Bayern. That's where it really starts. So for me, he did a great job at Barcelona. He did what was he did what was expected of him, and then some, considering the fact of how much people were criticizing him in terms of not having enough experience to manage, Barcelona. So you have to give him credit for that.
I don't have to do anything.
And 2009, a win is a win, bro. You said that yourself. A win is a win. No matter what,
it's not.
A win is a win.
I never said anything, bro. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. Pause. I want to bring in Exhibit B. Oopsie daisy. Sorry. I want to bring in Exhibit B because Exhibit B for me represents what I think were maybe early signs. And some people would disagree, but I think that it's perhaps would have represented perhaps early cracks in the Shield. So 2010. So remember, this was a team who had already won the treble. This is a team who many people thought that, wow, could be one of the great teams. This is a manager who, let's keep it real, it is the greatest debut season of a manager that we've ever seen in the game. Facts. We've never seen a debut season like this. So let's keep it real. Inter had never won a UCL ever before in their history. And, Mourinho was also a guy, just coming in. Obviously, he came off the back of the Porto UCL win and also off the back of Chelsea. So he was new. Your boy Uncle Mo was new. Now, here's the thing. How much of a failure or how much should we really critique? And anybody can jump in here. How much should we really critique Barcelona, who got a man sent off thanks to Busquets and so forth? Because remember, I can't remember the minute it was, but it was definitely early or midway in the first half that Thiago Motta was sent off. So how much of a failure is it that Pep's tactic wasn't able to expose an Inter team with 10 men, and they were not able to get that second goal because obviously they lost the first leg 3-1. So how much do you put this on Pep's failure, or do you put it on the players' failure? How much of it is Pep's failure? Anyone can jump in.
I would like to jump in.
Go for it.
I remember I never thought I'd see such a semi-final like this, where a team was so superior to another team and still not win, until I saw the semi-final against Chelsea, which to me was even worse of that, which was 2 years later, I think. Let me put it. I remember like it was yesterday. That was the tide where there was the volcano, I think, in Iceland, and they had to drive to Inter, and they lost the first leg 3-1.
Yes.
And I'll say this. I was watching every Barcelona game, and I'll give this to Mourinho. When they played the first leg, that was the first time in the season that I saw someone putting up a fight against Barcelona, and they won 3-1. And this is what I'm sorry, I'm not particularly a Barcelona fan, but I know that there's a lot of bias against Barcelona here, because there were a lot of big referee mistakes in those 2 legs against Barcelona, and nobody speaks about that. In the first leg, there was one goal that should not have counted because there was a foul against Messi, and there was another one by a goal by Milito, which was offside, and no one has ever said anything about those things, and it bothers me. Second leg, okay, the Thiago Motta was sent off because of it's debatable. It was a great area, but I remember the goal by Boja, who was not given for a handball of Keita. I think it was Keita, and it was not a handball. So technically, officially, like you always say, Barcelona won that tie, in my eyes, because that goal should have been given, and it was not given. The referee made a mistake. But unlike Mourinho, in Barcelona, nobody said anything. Nobody cried. Nobody said anything. I thought the better team didn't win. So I don't think it was a failure by Pep Guardiola. Inter parked the freaking airplane on the second half, and Mourinho said, and I'll happily do it again. And how many times have teams been criticized for parking the bus or parking the airplane? And yet,
but see, Juan, that's why I say that those could have been the early cracks in Pep's philosophy, because his philosophy is we are doggedly, religiously sticking to pass. We wouldn't go for crosses, wouldn't go to take shots, wouldn't go and be direct. Because that game proved to me that, wait a minute, because all these guys did was just pass, and Mourinho's guys stood firm. They stood firm, and they literally could not be breached. So isn't this an indictment on his tactics that at home, Camp Nou, with the players you had, where Thiago Motta was sent off early on in the first half, so you had a good 60 to 70 minutes to get 2 goals against Inter in your own home ground and you couldn't do so?
Well, but I give you what you're saying. Barcelona should have scored more or easily given the superiority, and especially because they had one more player on the field. But in my eyes, Barcelona won that tie because, again, Bojan did score. Bojan did score the goal that put them through, and the referee decided to take it away, to not give that goal. And that was a wrong decision. So this is what I'm saying. It was one of those things in football. Football wanted Inter to win that day. The referee made a mistake, like many times they made a mistake. This is before VAR. But you have to give props to Mourinho too, because Mourinho said, I'm not going to play, I'm not going to trade punch with Barcelona because then they're going to score 5, like he tried to do later with Real Madrid, and he got 5 goals against him. So I give him, credit for planning a defense that can hold back Barcelona with 10 men. I give him that credit. But again, sorry, and maybe it's an unpopular opinion in this group.
No. Juan, every opinion is fully welcome here. I fully reject your opinion because this is a roasting session of Pep, but I fully I fully accept you. Because that's fair. And I'm sure that's because
you saw the Bojan goal, no? You know what I'm talking about. Bojan scored a goal. 5 or 10 minutes.
Look, Juan, it's actually good that you're here because, trust me, I get criticized a lot because people say, oh, the hangout is trash, it's just biased, and people hate on people. And I'm like, okay, fine, cool. So you actually have done a good thing, bringing in a different perspective of guys who hate on me and send me abuse on Twitter and in DMs.
I promise you that I would do that. Thank you. I promise, and I give you credit because I wrote to you that I would do that, and still you invited me. So I.
No, thank you. So who else wants to jump in?
I want to jump in.
So was that Wilton that said he was? Yeah, Wilton, go for it.
Right. This semi-final, which is like,
it was beautiful. It was a beautiful.
No, it was a beautiful.
This is where my love for Mourinho started. This is where Mourinho got born.
I really remember watching, especially the first, like when they won 3-1. I didn't see that coming because Barca were heavily favorites against Inter Milan, especially after coming back from a treble. But I remember watching when Mourinho was on beIN Sport, he was talking about how people always give Pep a lot of credit for 09 and 11, but he said in 2010, or people said I parked the bus. That's what people talk about, but people don't know that this Barcelona team was incredibly talented. So I did what I had to do to win, and that was the best way for me to win. Which, why don't people ever talk about the performance defensively that we had? Like, why don't people ever talk about how Lucio, Julio Cesar were very good defensively and how we beat them 3-1? We went to the Camp Nou knowing that all they had to do is beat us 2-0 and we're 10 men down, and we play so good defensively and we won the game. I don't really put this much on Pep. Of course, Pep's gonna get credit because you're the manager, but at the end of the day, I think it was just like to 09, the year before, like when it just came down to fine margin. Because I don't remember who did the header. There was a last minute header. Julio Cesar didn't even dive after the ball. The ball just literally just like ran past the post and the ball didn't go. And I think it was just very unlucky. The reason why I can't really like cook Pep that season because next season we all know what he did to Uncle Moo in the Champions League in 2011. So that's why.
Well, is it him or is it Messi? Wilton, let's keep it real. Is it him or Messi? Because if a guy can run with the ball and just blow past 5 guys, how much credit should I give to Pep? If you have a cheat code supernova, how much credit can I give you?
There's a quote by Pep. There's a quote. I'm sorry, I know I already talked, but it's just one quote by Pep when he did a conference in Argentina. He did like a seminar, and he said, and I quote, people give me a lot of credit for Messi, but Messi just enters the area. He's surrounded by 4. He puts it up in top corner. What the hell do I have to do with that? That's a quote by Pep Guardiola. I have nothing to do with that. So yeah.
But it's in all honesty though, the person that we gotta blame for this is Ibra, bro. This guy's a cursed merchant. He's a cursed merchant, bro. That's what he is. This guy is cursed to not win the CL.
Wilson, no. I'm not gonna allow you to do that. No.
Why? Who
sanctioned the swap?
Yeah. No. That's
who made the swap?
That's where No, that's where I think you could kind of criticize Pep. But again, man, it's between the manager and player, and we've seen that throughout the history of football. The problem with him and Eto'o, I just felt like it was that swap at the time just didn't make sense because let's be honest, Eto'o was a very clutch player, and if he was on the field for Barcelona, this whole game would have changed.
He's scored it in two different UCL finals.
Yeah, again, but for the 2011, semifinals, I have to give credit more so to Jose Mourinho's tactics. I thought they were exceptional. I thought his defensive style was working really well, and I thought he was suppressing our team. But at the same time, we did create chances. It's just a matter of just goals not going in. I don't think this is in the same equivalence of what happened to Man City in last year's final. It's not the same equivalence to Bayern Munich, what happened in the Champions League against the MSN. I don't think it's equivalent to that. I don't think this you could use particularly this as a way to point to Pep being a fraud. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense.
I agree with Z-Man. Like, I don't.
Wait. Is it before I go to? I'll come to upload straight. But Juan Pablo, I'm going to ask you this before I forget because I don't want to forget. Juan, because you are Argentine, since you're Argentine, I must ask you this before I forget. Who is greater, Messi or Maradona, as an Argentine?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, I just left.
Oh shit, he just left. Fuck. I didn't get that damn answer, man. Damn it.
Bro knew the answer was Maradona.
Okay. Yeah, Juan, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Juan.
I'm sorry, I got just disconnected for a moment. I heard the question. Listen, I am very happy, very, very happy that I can say that Maradona is the greatest player in history up until Messi showed up. So an Argentinian was replaced by an Argentinian. And Maradona said that same thing. Maradona said the same thing. He said, look, whoever they say is the best, I'm happy that it's another Argentinian. So I think Messi, I knew that you were going to ask me this, and I had an answer already prepared for you guys, because I've been listening to you every hangout, and I've been dying to tell you this. But let me put it this way. I'm going to say it very fast. If Messi retired tomorrow from the national team, which he won't, I think his story with the national team is not over. But let's say it was over tomorrow. This is his legacy, all right? And don't interrupt me. Just hear me out, and I hear you whatever you say. Under 20 World Cup, champion, chosen best player, top scorer. Olympics 2008, champion, golden medal, chosen best player, top scorer, top assister. World Cup 2014, runner-up, lost in the last 7 minutes to the end against Germany, chosen best player of the tournament. Copa America 15 and 16, 2 times in a row, runner-up, 2 times chosen best player of the tournament, and in one of those he was a goal scorer. 2021, Copa America champion, chosen best player of the tournament, top scorer, top assister. First time in history that a player receives all those accolades while being champion in the history of the game. So you want to tell me that Messi sucks at Argentina? Keep saying it, but tell me one player in the history of this game who has a legacy like that with a national team. No one.
Pele.
No. Excuse me, but no.
He said for Argentina.
Excuse me, but no. And Hope knows this.
He said in international football.
Pele played Copa America and lost it. Maradona played 3 Copa Americas and lost them all. He didn't even reach the final. And Pele won officially 3 World Cups. Hope knows he won 1.5. Because one, he was injured at the beginning in Chile in 62. He didn't play it. In 58, he was 17. And he was a substitute. He actually played just the last 2-3 games of the 58 World Cup. And then in 1970, I grew up hearing that the 1970 Brazil was the greatest team in the history of the world.
Listen to the bias drip off his lips, bro.
But listen, it's the truth. Hope won't let me lie. Pelé did not win 3 World Cups.
You're about to get banned, bro. You're about to get banned.
Oh no, see, that I agree. Pele did not win 3 World Cups. No, he did not win 3 World Cups. Technically, it's 2. It's not 3.
Where's Messi's World Cup? Oh, I forgot. He doesn't have one.
No, you know what? But he played the final. He played the final in
but he didn't ball in that final.
Stefan Givars played a final. That doesn't mean anything.
No. Okay, wait. Because we're all talking because we need to move on. But Juan, all I'll say is very quickly is you make really good points. You make amazing points. But all I'm saying, Juan, is because I just recently watched Maradona's showreel of the 1986 World Cup. I advise everyone to go onto YouTube and just look at what Maradona did in that 1986 World Cup. What he did against England, what he did against Belgium in the semi, and the pass he made and the pass he made for the winning goal against West Germany that took out 3 German players. That's all I ask.
Can I say one short argument about that, Hope? Just one short argument.
Okay.
I'm gonna quote because I've seen the 86 World Cup. I've seen every game more than once of the 86 World Cup. But I'm going to quote just Lothar Matthäus, who was the midfielder. He said in a documentary I watched about the 86 World Cup, he said, at the end of the final, I was very sad that we lost and disappointed, but I was happy with my performance because Beckenbauer gave me the task of marking Maradona, of guarding him, and he did not play that final, which is true. The best player of that final was Burruchaga. Argentina scored 3 goals. In 2, Maradona did not participate. He provided the assist for Burruchaga in the winning goal, yes, but the goal was scored by Burruchaga. If Higuain had put that one away in 2014, what would you guys say? You would say that Messi is the best player in history because Higuain scored a goal.
No. It's okay, Juan. Look, last thing, and then we're gonna move on. I swear, Juan. No, because what did Messi do in the semi, and what did he do in the previous games? Maradona, look at the 2 goals he scored against England, 1 goal, perhaps the greatest goal that we've ever seen, and the 2 goals he scored in the semi as well. So Maradona's body of work in the World Cup, specifically the knockout games, I'm sorry, I said what's up, but
yeah, sure. No, but in the final he didn't sniff it. In the final he didn't sniff it. He did not sniff the ball in the final, and that's a reality. He didn't sniff it.
Wait, we have to move. So, guys.
That's a big deal, bro. That's a big deal.
You're my hero, man. You're my hero, bro.
That's really important.
Actually, okay, Juan, this may be the last time you come to this.
No. Why do you deny the truth? I saw. Listen, as an Argentinian, I see the '86 final. I still celebrate it.
I think you found your 5th horseman, man. I think you found your 5th horseman.
Why did I answer that email, man? What did I answer? I can't just ignore the email. I just press junk. No, it's fair. No, look. Everybody in the comments is saying like this guy is a legend. This guy's speaking. You guys in the live chat, you're a bunch of losers. Actually, guys in the live chat, I hate you a bunch of losers. So let me just take some of these jobs and then we'll carry on, man. Because Heinkes is the next chapter in our PCS. So from your boy Mohammed. Actually, can you guys? I'm hearing some feedback from some guys. So can guys? Cool, thank you. All right. So, man, this freaking shades. From Mr. Mohammed says, not you, HH. It was the clown from Ukraine. God damn. So that's a God damn. What the hell? Wow. That's why can mute your mic? Don't laugh, Tom. From Mo Lester, who says, have hope. Pep is the GOAT. Mo, no, it's not. No,
Mo what?
Mo Lester. He's a Leicester City fan. Look, relax, Foxes, man. Shout to your Foxes, but bro, nah. Sorry. This is a roasting session, so I think you should have taken a right instead of a left. Keep going and move to the door to the right. This is the wrong room you're in. From your boy Jay Jokin, who says, HH, I hope Pep wins the UCL and CR7 wins the World Cup. Well, you can hope for these things, but let's just hope that these things don't happen. For Jay Jokin, he had his chance in the CL final and he screwed up. Cristiano Ronaldo, as long as I am around and I have influence in football, Cristiano is not sniffing the African World Cup. From your that's actually really, 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 really creepy. I'm just saying that's really creepy. From a boy Abracadabra who says, "The heck? Why? Wait, is that YSK doing that stuff? What the hell?" Abracadabra says, "I love Pep as a football fan, but he disrespected one of my favorite players, Eto and Yaya. As a human, Pep is an evil man towards black players. Uncle Moo all day." Look, all I'm saying, man, I mean, if we want to go racial, man, I mean, Pep doesn't get those high marks, man. So, and I will never forgive Pep for what he did for Eto. So maybe I've always had an axe to grind because forget about the whole black-white thing. How do you swap one of your best strikers who just scored a clutch goal for you in a CL final for an unproven Ibrahimovic? Granted, Ibrahimovic was super talented at that point, and we thought Ibrahimovic would do a lot more. But at the end of the day, how do you make that freaking swap? It's dumb. Now, guys, we're now onto Heinkes now. So,
wait a minute. HH, can I pause you right quick? Because you're going to 2013 right now, right?
Yes.
What about?
But the most important week in Pep's Barca career was in April of 2012. Because they lost to Chelsea in the first leg of the semifinal. Then they get beaten in midweek, or on the weekend rather, by Real Madrid, when I think they were 4 points behind in La Liga. If they win that game, who knows what happens. And then they lose to Chelsea in the semifinal, and then Pep quits 3 days later. He says he's going to take a sabbatical. Like, that week is critical. I think it was the 14th, the 20-something, whatever it was. But that week in April, that's what got Pep out of Barca. And it goes probably more to your point. And I think somebody brought it up earlier when you talked about when Mota got sent off in 2010. John Terry got sent off in 2012. And they had 10 men. They were peppering Petr goal. Messi misses a penalty, obviously. But that was wasn't that the season that Messi scored like 90 goals in the calendar year, 2012? Like, that was
2 goals in the calendar year.
You didn't get anything from that. So that's a critical week in Pep's story, I think. And then after those 3 games, he quits, or he leaves rather.
But my thing is,
Zimon, what do you mean by no? Yes. What do you mean by no?
Let me explain the whole context behind it. From 2010 to 2014, Sandro Roussel became the president of Barcelona. At the time, him and Sandro Roussel didn't see eye to eye, and Pep wanted to be more involved in terms of transfer. But Sandro Roussel wouldn't let him take control because he felt like he was the president. He wanted to be the image of Barcelona. He's also given us Bartomeu, so shout out to Sandro Roussel. He served time in prison as well, or in jail. So when this guy took over, him and Pep had disputes. They had disputes in terms of where the squad is going. That's why he decided to step down, because he just didn't agree with them. He didn't agree with the board that took over for Laporta.
That's fair. But he still left. That was my point. Yeah, maybe quit was a bit strong. And are we going to skip 2011?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yes, we are skipping 2011. We are skipping it. We're skipping it.
Wait,
all you have to know
have you
is
seen the
2011
title?
got outclassed.
We're skipping it. We're skipping it.
If you want a rounded story.
No, KJ, move on. Move on.
It's not a rounded story. It's not a rounded story. This is a roasting session. What the?
No. We have to go into that. We have to paint the full picture.
No. We don't need to touch 2011. It's fine.
No. We have to paint the full picture.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Let's paint the picture. Let's okay, wait, what's it called? Okay, so 2011, he won the Champions League and he beat United in the final. Happy?
Against
Let's move on. Against an aged Manchester United squad. He made Sir Alex Ferguson shake. His hands were shaking.
No. That wasn't Pep. That wasn't Pep. I give Pep no credit. It was Messi. It was Messi. I give Lep no credit.
No, look. Basically, apparently, Fergie's eyes were red. That's what I heard. Fergie's eyes were red after the final.
First and foremost, let's give context here. Like, if you actually put up that 2011 Manchester United team versus the Zeman team, a team that, like, and then you look at the subsequent year, this is not like peak Manchester United.
Why'd you get to the final then?
Yes, so what I'm saying, so that's more credit.
That speaks volumes of how good the manager is.
Given the players that he had, given that, I'm going to make a point later when we talk about City, we're talking about involvement stuff like that. But if you actually look at that 2011 team, there's none of those players, and obviously Ronaldo had left at that point, I think. Or was it like his final season or something?
No, he left.
Ronaldo's gone. There's no something there. So the team that was literally at the end of their tenure, basically.
Who won the Premier League that
It's a fair point. Red, it's a fair point.
This is not a. So the point is, I'm not trying to say Barca was clearly the better team, but this is peak Messi, peak Iniesta, peak Xavi, or peak PK, peak Pure, etc. Barcelona went by far superior team, and United are relying on an aging Vidic, Ferdinand, Scholes, who's almost pushing 40. No Ronaldo, probably Rooney. And he still gets them to the final.
But red.
Defend your boys, Red Devil. We get it.
Wait.
No, he has a point.
Hold. Shan. Let me hear from Shan.
Yeah. You're saying this, but you can only beat who's in front of you. And he pimp slapped you that day. He absolutely...
Shan, mute your mic. You're high.
Yeah, but
you're
we're talking about management. So you're right. Well, he pimps, that's fine. But the thing is, what all that goes to show is done because we're now seeing. Okay, I'll make the point. Now I'll make the point because there's no point in
the Premier League. That's
hold on. Let's respond.
Let me make the point. In 26 seasons, of Sir Alex Ferguson being in charge, he spent £500 million in 26 seasons being in charge, 2 UCLs. Okay, you can say it's a failure, up to you. But in 26 seasons, he spent £500 million, 2 UCLs.
Inflation.
Can I make a point?
Pep has been at City for 5 seasons and has spent £900 million.
Red Devil, I need you to hold that argument for later.
I want to repeat that. Almost
a billion is coming. A billion is coming. A billion is coming. A billion. Nine figures. Nine figures.
Red Devil, hold that. Red Devil, hold that haymaker. Hold that haymaker.
You are bald.
I know you like what Red Devil.
9 figures. Nine figures.
If we're being objective, though, you can't use money against because we're in a different era of football. Inflation. You know it's
no.
Wilson, you don't know the meaning of inflation, bro.
That's not usually
price going up.
Red Devil. What was Sir Alex? When was his first season?
26 years. 26 years.
I thought it was 1980, and it was 1988.
What was the transfer record in 1980?
No. Hold on.
Yes, like 3 million.
Guys say inflation. Fine, fair enough. But we're comparing 5 years at a club with 26 years.
26. We're talking about 26 years.
Not
5
years. Guys, easy. Guys, hold up.
Red Devil, what happened in 2009, though? What was the excuse in 2009?
London Blues failed. London Blues.
What was the excuse?
I blame London Blues.
I'm going to kick you out of this hangout.
But
Red Devil, what was the
Guys, hold on. Wait. So Red Devil answered, then I'll go to Abdul. Red Devil answered.
What was the excuse against Barcelona?
So what's the question? Sorry.
He said, what was the excuse to you getting lapped?
Yeah,
there's no excuse. We're talking about the talk was 2011. That's what people said. 2011.
There we go.
There's no excuse for 2009, but you said 2011. I gave you the reason.
Okay. So Abdul, what do you want to say before we move on to the next chapter?
The one thing that you have to give Pep credit for is, there's a lot of managers, including even you can say Hansi Flick. There's a lot of managers that they burst onto the scene, and then after some success, for one season, they get figured out. The tactics get figured out. But you gotta give Pep credit because he was in the Champions League final against this exact manager 2 years prior. So Alex can't say, I don't know, I couldn't predict how they would play. It was so they would play the same start every single game.
But he had a significantly weaker team in 2011.
No, it's not just the final, but in general, his style of play brought him success over a prolonged period of time. It wasn't just one season, which a lot of managers struggle with. They get figured out quickly. He wasn't figured out quickly. You know what I mean?
Abdul, tactics can only get you so far, bro. That 2011 team was finished.
Yeah,
it was finished.
Okay, so look, let's now move on to the next chapter of this right now. So I call this inconvenience The name of this chapter is called Inconvenience. So what was the idea? So after when Pep was on his sabbatical, he had pretty much won 2 trophies. Obviously he'd won 2 UCLs, and he was the talk of the town. Like, he was the most in-demand guy. And you have to keep this in mind. This is very important. Bayern Munich announced Pep as manager before before the end of the 2012-2013 season. So Bayern Munich, obviously seeing what happened in 2012, were like, Heinkes, maybe this guy is too old. The game has gone past him. So the idea was, okay, cool, see how well he can do in the Champions League. But obviously, Pep Guardiola represents the future of football. You represent the past. You're an old fogey, geriatric fool. Going to an old folks home will give you a pipe, and the nurse can pretty much clean your ass in the evening. That was how they were treated, your Heinkes. And your Heinkes, oh, cool, fine, I'm an old fogey. Fine, I'll do the best that I can. But the idea was, all right, help the team, and Pep will take this team and take them to the very next level and just totally dominate Germany, but specifically Europe. This wasn't supposed to happen. This, and this was not supposed to. Specifically this was supposed to happen. So Pep, in a way, was screwed, because you can't improve on a treble. Now, you could get a quadruple, you could get a sextuple, or so forth, but really the highest honor you can get in football, of course, is the Champions League, and of course, it's the treble. So already Pep was coming in thinking that I can't really come in here to save these guys or to take these guys to the next level, because your Heinkes has already done this. Now, guys, you have to keep in mind the kind of team that Pep Guardiola had. Because Pep had a completely, totally almighty... Basically, he had an almighty freaking team. An absolutely superb team. Because this was... He had Robin. I think Götze came into the frame.
Yeah.
And he had all these dudes who were pretty much at the very optimal. And this was where things began to go wrong, and where we have a lovely, amazing narrative, which is he as good without those Barcelona players, specifically Messi? Because, you guys, this is about management. And the key to management is, obviously, winning for a prolonged period of time, but also winning with different teams. You see, Fergie is management, because the thing with Fergie is, yes, he was with one team, but that one team had about 3 or 4 teams. So he was successful. So you could almost argue, Fergie won a Champions League with 2 different teams, because not a single player of the people who won in 99 played in 2009, because that's 10 years. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, why scare Red Devil? Am I wrong in saying not a single player from 99 was around in 2009?
In the final. Scholes. No, Scholes didn't play in the.
No, Scholes didn't play.
Did Giggs play? Did Giggs play in that? Sorry, 08.
Yeah,
08.
Giggs played in 1999. Did Giggs play in 08-09?
Yeah, no, he
No.
07,
08, bro.
07, 08.
Yeah, Giggs played. But Scholes
I think Giggs is the only one. Scholes didn't play.
Yeah,
so
West Brom was in the squad too.
Yeah, so basically, there was literally only one player that you guys had in there. So you could pretty much make the argument.
Gary Neville, I think, might be a second one as well. I think he might have played. He might have been in the squad.
He was injured. He was injured. Yeah, he was injured. He didn't play the season.
Oh yeah, he didn't. Okay, he was in the squad though. Okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can make the argument that you can still make the argument that he pretty much won with 2 different teams. Even one, two players, no, it's a different team. But between 09, 2011, it's 90% the same team, because that's only that's only 2 years from when they won it previously. So the key to management is, fair enough, you had amazing success with this team, amazing success, but management is, okay, different team, different sets of players, different way of viewing the game. Can I still get these different players to still be successful? That is the management. Management is going to different environments, different scenarios, different situations, and still being successful. You could argue, based off the talent of this Bayern Munich team, they're pretty much the same as Barcelona. We saw what Bayern did to freaking Barcelona in the UCL, with these guys that he had. So for me, and anybody can jump in here, can you know what? I'm gonna confess to Z-Man here. Z-Man, can you please explain to me how in 3 years, the man who people called the savior of football couldn't get this Bayern Munich team who already won a treble? The squad he took over was a treble winning squad, so they are verified. This is a verified team. Can you please give me a reason as to why he couldn't get them to a UCL final?
Yeah, in order to add on to that, he also had the likes of Lewandowski, who came in after that 2013. I think it was the 2013 Champions League. He came in. You also had Javier Martinez, who came in from Bilbao, who's a young, who was a young CDM, and I think he transformed him into a center back. He played players out of position, and he had a certain style.
in DM, Lam in DM.
Yeah. That's and that didn't make sense to me, because if you look back to the 2015 Champions League game, he didn't do his team any favor. I mean, what was that setup? You had the MSN basically guarded one man to man. That's the worst case scenario. You can't guard Neymar and Messi man to man. I mean, Atletico Madrid showed that if you're gonna keep them out, you're gonna have to defend as a team. Everyone has to drop back. No man left behind. And that, to me, that tactic didn't make sense. And this guy had an incredible squad. He also bought, Thiago Alcantara from Barcelona. He got him with him. So he had an abundant amount of talent, and all he has to show for it is a winning percentage, a record winning percentage in the Bundesliga of 75.2%. Like, that's it. You won league titles. Yes, you did. That's incredible. You did it in style. But at the end of the day, you had an incredible team. And when you have an incredible team, the pressure is on you to win it. Maybe not the first season, considering how much teams actually win it. It's only Real Madrid that's done it in recent history. But in terms, you had 3 seasons in order to win the Champions League, and you had an incredible team. And one of those, your tactics let down your team. So I think he deserves criticism. I think he deserves all the criticism for their Champions League performance.
You know what I'll say? And again, this is a roasting session, so we're here to clown him. But I can almost shoot you bail for Real Madrid and Barcelona. Barcelona was MSN, and that Real Madrid team went on to do the incredible, which is to win 3 UCLs in a row. So I can almost give you bail there. I can't shoot you any bail for 2016. I can't. Because 2016 is when you are now in your 3rd year with this team. So it's not your first year, it's not your second year, it's your 3rd year. So you know this team inside and out, and they're fully at their best. And this is still an Atletico team who many people thought 2014 was just a supernova event based on them obviously winning the league and boom. So the fact that they lost in 2016 to Atletico and Simeone figured them out, I was like, something is wrong here. Something is up here. So who else wants to jump in on this on the Bayern? No. Abdul. I'm going to go to Abdul. Abdul, explain this to me. Explain this to me.
He got exposed.
Expand.
How can you take over such an amazing team and fail year upon year upon year to deliver what they achieved before you even arrived with a weaker team? Oh, like how can, like, even as a Barca fan, I like this guy. I love this guy. But how can you defend it, bro? He failed. And that's why when we get onto City, same thing. When he came in, there's the thing, like, what was the expectation? You always got to look at what was the expectation? Because like if you take over a championship team, like you won't be regarded as a failure if you don't win the Champions League, of course. But he was brought in and they had just won the Champions League. They improved the squad. So obviously he was the expectations were that he was going to replicate the success that they had before him. But he didn't. And therefore, like, no one can defend it. No one can defend it. Like, how can you defend him failing with that team 3 years in a row? Like, there's nothing I can say, man. It was a failure. He failed to deliver. And, like, I don't want to hear about this Bundesliga and Pokal, bro. That's not success, man. That's not success, bro. They could, like I can manage them and win with that team and win the Bundesliga. Let's be honest, yeah. So he failed, and that's where, like as you said, for me, it became more and more obvious that there was some Messi tax. Like the Messi tax was real. No, because bro, I was hearing Messi tax at Barca, you know. I was hearing Messi tax at Barca, but I wasn't buying into it. But when I saw him fade, but especially the Atletico, like especially that Atletico tie, like that's where I really started like buying into the Messi tax, because like, how are you failing? How are you failing to beat Atletico, man? How are you getting knocked out to Atletico with that team? So
I also want to add, he gave Saul a career, bro, with that run. For being honest,
that was a goal though, coming out of the G.
Give him a career, bro.
You know when Pep took over Bayern, I mean in 2013, you know he denied them the sextuple, right? Because they lost the DFL Super Cup against Dortmund. That was his first final ever with Bayern, and he lost, I think, 4-2, I think. So if Bayern would have won that, Bayern would have done the sextuple. So he would have done well.
Wait, was that really the final where Bentner scored?
Yeah. He that's the first final he lost with.
Oh yeah, Bentner. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
But as for his Bayern Munich thing, we all know this is where it gets fun. This is where he becomes Pep Guardiola. 2014, yes, we destroyed him, but the way we beat him, it's just like to get circumcised.
It's a really no sense.
It's circumcised. If it was like a closer semi where we'd be won like 2-1 or 3-1 or not really okay. But we circumcised this dude like he was or something.
Which is why that's why I like that we went chronologically, because again, if we put ourselves in 2009, it's like, oh damn, who the hell is this dude? But once he now leaves that Barcelona setup and so forth, because see, that Real Madrid loss was tactical. To be so bad at those set pieces, and for Real to score so easily against you, it's like, no, something structural is wrong. Because the goals that they conceded, there's no way they conceded those goals with Jupp Heynckes. No way. You know, there's no way that a Jupp Heynckes team concedes those kinds of goals. Yeah, so you could obviously say that this was a Pep Guardiola effect of it's like that's how bad it's the way that they considered those goals against Real Madrid. It is that man-to-man marking that he did in Camp Nou against MSN, and it's a fact of you can't beat Atletico Madrid with the team that you have and how talented your team is.
And it's just the only thing he had to show for was drink water. When Cristiano scored the third goal, that day was
it shows the defensive break. That's what it does.
But that game, I'm sorry. See, my thing is, I knew he wasn't going to win the Champions League in 2014 because no team in the UCL era has defended their title. It wasn't going to happen. I'm sorry. It just wasn't going to happen. Yes, Bayern were a very talented team, but I don't think they were going to win it back to back. Maybe they could because they were favorites in the second leg. Even though we won the first leg 1-0, people were still saying Bayern was going to beat us, but we destroyed them. 15 MSN. Oh, MSN. You can't mark Messi, Neymar.
It's madness.
I know
it's
he
madness.
had injuries, but to be fair, he did put up a fight in the second leg, so it's whatever.
But Wilton, you know what we have to speak about as well in regards to MSN. Like Barca won a treble without him.
No, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
No, I mean,
no. We'll get there.
That's because left Guardiola.
Because you see, We'll get there. Please save that point. I'm going to write that. Just please, go save that point because
in 2016 too. I
Enrique
know
leaves. And
Atletico, there are no excuse to lose to Atletico because it's Bayern Munich and it's Atletico with the team that you had. That was his best chance ever to get to the final. But I don't want to be ready to defend. But to be fair, Atleti did stop peak MSN too. Atleti did beat at Barcelona in the Champions League, so they did stop peak MSN. But at the same time, though, there's no excuse for Pep. Like it's Bayern Munich versus Atletico Madrid. You had so many opportunities to win that game and you lost. So
can we add
it is what it is.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it. Yeah, Red Devil and then
can we just also add the fact that like Hansi Flick also won a treble with a much more inferior team. Pep Guardiola didn't. So if you're gonna, one of the things is with Pep that when people say greatest manager of all time, got whatever, to me you have to at least achieve something greater than an established manager at the respective football club. Or something different. So if there have been other managers at said club that have achieved greater heights, then you can't be perceived to be as the greatest manager. So if Flick and Jopaingas both were able to win a treble with their stint at Bayern, and Pep Guardiola, despite having spent arguably more than them during his time, I'll get to the point later because this is the kind of where overthink Pep period come in. The overspend Pep period come in. The fact that since Pep arrived from Bayern till now, the dude has spent more than £1 billion and still no CL. I don't get how that is a greatest manager sort of thing. If you have spent more than £1 billion,
we'll get there. We'll
get there. We'll get there. But my general point is that like from the Barcelona to if you even going back to Barcelona, Enrique. Again, won a treble with MSN. You could say it's MSN, whatever, but the point is that like there have been other managers, specifically at Bayern, they've achieved more than he did at Bayern Munich. So how can you say that this guy is a don when there have been existing managers that have achieved more than him? Doesn't make sense, So but we'll get to City. We'll get to City because that's the point.
Let me bring so Hassan. This Bayern thing, how does a guy who is so successful at Barcelona flop at Bayern? Give it to me, Hassan.
Wait, can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, can hear you.
It's something called Messi tax, HH. As long as you heard of it, it's called Messi tax. Messi gave this guy basically a career. I'm going to say, apart from, Pep played good football, that's all I give him. But apart from that, Messi elevated his stock to a level that he's not really at. Once he went to Bayern and he found out, I ain't got Messi, a player at Messi's caliber. Lewandowski's good than that, but once he ain't got a player like Messi that he can play around, he can't win trophies. Like he can't win the CL like that. He can't win.
It's not because Hassan makes a great point. Here is why it's important that we talked about 09 in a chronological sense and taking us back at that time. And now that we are now in 2014, 2015, 2016, we now go back to 09 and say, how much of it was his management? Or was it more so the quality of players? Because if it was his management, why can't you do something similar here?
It's special, man. That's all it is.
That's because if your management is so, it's not even Messi. Let's look at Iniesta. Let's look at Xavi. Because whenever you look at a team succeeding, I need a percentage. That's why I asked you guys about the percentage of how much of it is the manager, how much of it are the players. If like what was it called? I've forgotten the manager's name. Was it Otto Rehagel or something? The guy who won for Greece in 2004. Bro, that's like 95% the manager. Because nobody knows who the hell those players are. So that guy had to coach his ass off because there are no individuals who can do amazing things. Yes, Pep had contribution for that Barca team, but we now consider Iniesta one of the best midfielders of all time. People look at Xavi as one of the best central midfielders of all time. We know who Thierry Henry is. Eto'o is a top 10 striker of all time. We know what the hell Messi is. So maybe from this period in time, we should look back and say, hang on. At that time, we thought Pep was a don and it was only him that did everything. But now we're not looking at what did at Bayern. Is it a case of, yes, you had influence, but it probably wasn't that great. You just had players who could do really amazing things that helped to turn the game in your favor.
But the one thing I'll give him though, his football is really amazing though. His football, the football they play as a team that he plays, it changed the game. Well, it changed the game side of the way he plays football. That's what I'll give him the credit. But Messi gives that career. That's what I'm gonna say.
And so, who else wants to jump in here on this whole?
Let me just.
Can I?
YSK, and then Shan. YSK.
See, here's the thing, right? The moment, like from his Bayern, once his Bayern career started up to now, and until he proves himself in the Champions League with a different team, this dude's career from Bayern to City has just been him being a domestic merchant. I mean, the guy only has one European trophy, and that's a UEFA Super Cup, which Uncle Heinz handed to him. So he has one European trophy, and the rest. I mean, he has 3 Bundesligas.
Bro, that doesn't count, bro. Don't count the Super Cup, bro.
No.
Don't even count the Bundesliga, man. Nico Kovac.
That's the thing. No, that's the thing. Like the 3 Bundesligas, bro. That's like getting the Bundesliga is like being handed a transfer budget at the start of the season. You're gonna get it. It's guaranteed.
And you get Dortmund best player as well every season.
It's guaranteed. You know what it is with Pep,
bro. The budget isn't even guaranteed, bro.
Thank you. It's not. It's not guaranteed. Ask Danny Levy.
You know the thing is the move to Bayern. The move to Bayern was so weird because the style that Uncle Heinz played was a quick counter. It was a quick counter-attacking team. Pep plays a low possession-based kind of football where it's constantly passing. So this guy tried to, and this goes back to his management skills. He could not implement in 3 seasons, by the way. So the first season is fine; you have to get used to it. Fair enough. In 3 seasons, he couldn't implement that so-called. We wouldn't say tiki-taka because I guess you have to have that kind of player in your team to play it. But then a variation of tiki-taka into this Bayern side, and he failed. And it's quite ironic, I think, that he got knocked out by 3 Spanish sides in all semi-finals that he's been to. So, so it just did not work. And to say this whole experiment, because it was an experiment at the end of the day, I don't think there was no need for him to move to Bayern. It was kind of career suicide, considering Uncle Heinz just won the treble. So how are you gonna outdo him? Are you gonna? Was it the quadruple? I don't even know what the Community Shield type trophy in Germany is. But it didn't make any sense. So he kind of shot himself in the foot, and we went from 14 trophies at Barca in 4 years to I think it's less than 5 if you take out the Super Cup. So basically 0 European success and just domestic trophy after domestic trophy. We're gonna get to the financial bit once we get to City because that's a whole different story. So
that's a whole. I can't wait.
So yeah, but I just think this guy just shot himself in the foot because he could have taken a very more simplistic route where he could have gone towards a team that sort of he could have, because this completely contrasting styles that you can't switch a team like that.
No, but again, it goes back to my points of management.
Yeah, exactly.
Is because for me, no. It's similar to the whole thing with Neymar and PSG. Oh no, take on this challenge because this is a challenge of like, all right, so you've now done this with Barcelona. Now, can you now do it with a whole different team? Again, you see, it's funny because whenever I play Football Manager, I always stick with one team. But sometimes if I do really good, I'm like, you know what? Let me see what I can do well with this other team and this other team in this whole different league. Because once I now take on another team, like, oh my gosh, wow, these guys, man, who the heck are these guys? Like, where's my this guy? Where's my this guy? So now I know how I now have to now adapt and now try to tweak my tactics for a whole different team that's different from what I have. And if you can do this and win, that shows how much of a great manager you are. Like, yes, there are different degrees of being good. Of course, you could have given credits because you won 2 UCLs. That's a fact. But there are now levels and tiers of how good you are. I can't put you as good as an Ancelotti, a Mourinho, or a Fergie who won with 2 different teams. You know, like you only won with one team.
No, you need. Sorry, just one more thing. Just the other thing that kind of goes against him is, okay, fair enough. You failed at Bayern. Fine. You know, managers and players are like, they can have things that just doesn't work out, you know. the thing that goes against him is at City it's the same situation again, and even worse because of
We'll
the
get there.
finances.
YSK,
So,
hold your haymakers.
Hold
We'll
it,
get there.
YSK.
We'll get there.
No, from
Let me
sorry, it's
no,
difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult.
Zima,
no, bro.
where's that
Man
guy?
want to go in
Shan,
on the
talk
City.
Shan, talk over him. Shan, talk over him.
City.
Shan, talk over him.
All right, okay. I'm going to start with what he did well at Bayern. What he did well was the football he got them playing.
We can hear you, man. Mute your mic, man. Shan, talk.
Alive, man.
Shan, talk.
Yeah, the football he got them playing was was very good. He used to, every time I turn on TV, he would just beat down teams for no reason, show no mercy. I'm pretty sure Lahm said that the best football that Bayern played was under Pep. Also, he was quite unlucky against Atletico and Bayern, because I remember against Atletico, they created so many chances, and I'm pretty sure Arturo Vidal missed a pen in the second leg. And against Barca, they also created lots of chances. It was quite an even game in the first leg, and also in the second leg, they were dominant for large periods. But let's get onto the negatives. From the beginning of time, there's a clear plan on how to beat Pep. That's sit back, absorb the pressure, and hit on the counter attack. Saw that against Real Madrid, where Real Madrid just beat him down on the counter. Against Barcelona in the second leg, where MSN just scored 2 early goals and killed off the tie. And against Atletico with Griezmann in the second leg, where he scored that goal. And also, I really got to doubt his getting his team up for a big game. I don't know the word for that. I forgot the word.
Motivation.
Yeah, motivation. Yeah, for a big game, you can't really motivate your team like someone like Luis Enrique, I feel.
Okay.
AJ, can I challenge what Sean just said right now?
Go for it. Feel free. Go for it.
So he said that Philipp Lahm said this was probably the best football he's played at Bayern. And however, he did say that, but you have to keep in mind that in the match where Bayern Munich lost 4-0 to Real Madrid, well, they lost the first leg 1-0, lost the second leg 3-0. None of the players wanted to play the style that Pep Guardiola intended. That is what his assistant manager Dominic Torrent said at the time. Nobody wanted to play the way he did, because all he wanted to play, basically the way Dominic Torrent phrased it, it was kind of a style where it's like, just wait and see what happens. Let the ball come to you, try to get possession of it and see what happens. No one wanted to play in that style, and that's why the team went against him. The only person at that time sympathetic to Guardiola was Philipp Lahm. Most of the other players at the time didn't really like his man management. Mandzukic was probably like his first victim. Mandzukic, if anyone, he hated him the most, and even said if he invited me for tea, I would never go out and drink tea with him.
Damn.
Dante was another victim. Dante disliked him. Mandzukic disliked him as well. A lot of not Mandzukic, sorry, Mario Götze. Mario Götze disliked him as well. So
what about Robin? Robin would have hated him, man.
The thing with Robin is that he did say that he preferred the way he played under Guardiola compared to Mourinho, if I'm being real. But again, Robin wasn't the biggest of fans either, and Robin, after Guardiola left, was also key to driving other managers out of the club. Like Ancelotti was a big victim of that, for example. So yeah, in general, the football under Pep, I think it was overrated. I don't think it's better than it was under Heinkes. I think the only thing that Pep helped when he was at Bayern, though, I think it kind of helped the kind of tempo they play in terms of how Germany played in the World Cup right after. I think Guardiola was a key in terms of how, not just Spain, but also how Germany won the World Cup. But other than that, like, everyone was talking about he lost his first final. It wasn't against Wolfsburg, though. You guys were talking about a Bentner goal. It was against Dortmund. He lost 4-2. Second final that he played in, it was against Mourinho's Chelsea. What got him out of that match was individual brilliance, because Franck Ribéry scored a long shot and Javi Martinez scored a tap-in after the deflection off Czech, and he won the penalty shootout because unfortunately Lukaku missed. Again, 2 lucky trophies. And in terms of the matches, 2015.
Whoa. Hussein, are you in an ER room or an operation room? Where the hell are you?
Oh, no, I'm in my house. There's something going on. There's like construction, so I apologize.
Okay, all right.
But yeah,
as long as you're safe.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm not in Siberia. Guys.
Cool. Thank you.
But let me just.
Can I talk in H?
Abdullahi, let the man. Man.
Yeah, just two points before I go. 2015, he played Thiago on the wings in the first leg. He put Thiago on the left wing. Can you imagine putting Thiago on the left wing? And then one of his worst transfers at Bayern Munich was Bernat. Uli Hoeneß probably hated this guy the most. He kept insulting him, and it was true. He was his worst transfer. He played him. He played Bernat. He played Rafinha. Sorry, Bernat and Rafinha. Those two were terrible against Barcelona. 2014, he couldn't even beat a David Moyes Man United side in 2014. It was 1-1 in the first leg. He did win the second leg, but it was terrible. In 2016, Atletico Madrid, he benched Thomas Muller in the first leg. He benched him, and obviously we saw that Saul goal. And then in 2016, they decided that Thomas Muller should take the penalty in that match, and Thomas Muller misses. Thomas Muller wasn't a big fan of Guardiola either. So there's a lot to say. In these big matches, Champions Leagues, he made a lot of tactical mistakes. A lot of the mistakes that, they say why Guardiola makes these changes in big matches, that's where it started, I think, at Bayern Munich.
Okay.
And yeah.
Hey, can you tell the person to stop vacuuming, though? But thank you, though.
No problem.
Abdullahi, talk, Abdullahi. So, specifically Pep's tenure at Bayern, why did Pep flop at Bayern after he was so successful at Barcelona?
Well, I think the problem with it is people talk about him being
live. Abdullahi, are you live on your channel right now? Are you live on your channel right now?
Yeah, I'm live. Don't worry. I need to talk about.
This guy's built different.
I got you. Wait. Let me just give you some of these, man. Let me give you some. Before you go, let me give you some of these, man.
Damn bloody fool.
Some of this one, and on one.
So Abdullahi, I respect the hustle, bro. I respect the hustle.
Okay, so Abdullahi, the people on your live, what are they doing? So you've just left them, or you're still there?
We're talking about Abraham, so let's move.
Is there someone talking while you're here, Abdullahi?
You know, it's even funny because he's the host of the stream.
This guy hasn't muted. You know that, right? No. You're officially a brick host, man.
If they cannot do a stream without, if they cannot do a live Guardiola without me, that's not done.
You know what's scary is that every time I log onto Twitter, well, live guys, we write. Send the link, guys. Here, guys. This guy is live from the morning. I said, wait a minute, does this guy sleep? This guy every single day send the link. Basically, he's sending a link on his channel, and he asks me for a link as well.
He's gonna get sacked from his own channel.
So what's on earth? God damn.
Relax.
It doesn't care about time zones. It doesn't care about time zones.
Relax. I need to make that money, Relax. Say we African people, we need to make money. Say we're born from Africa.
So let me get this straight. So you're not doing this out of the love for Chelsea. You're doing it because you want to stand a hustle. So it's a hustle. It makes sense now. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. Blue Studio, talk about Pep's tenure. But and after you do so, Blue Studio, I want you to go back to your own freaking show. So you talk about Blue Studio. I'm going to personally kick you out, and you go back to your own bloody show that people are waiting for you for. That's highly unprofessional. professional. Now
this
talk.
is hangout heritage. This.
This is where the problem is. People idolize Pep Guardiola as the GOAT of manager, and I don't do that because if you look at his tenure at Bayern Munich, I'm having a problem with that tenure because he won the UCL in Barcelona. I give him that. Yes, but look at the tenure at Bayern Munich. Even your Pankis even won the Champions League right before Pep Guardiola came in. So what does that even tell him about him as a management in terms of Bayern Munich? Because if you look at those era in Bayern, people say he won the domestic cup and everything. Yes, I get that he won the domestic cup and everything, but I can have a successful manager in Bayern Munich. And the excuse we give Pep Guardiola is just because he won it in Bayern, he won it in Barcelona. Now he is the GOAT of a manager. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be someone who's gonna be the who has spent trillions, 3 billions in a club and still can't even deliver a UCL. I'm sorry, you can't call me a GOAT. People see this it pisses me off a lot. We criticize Jose Mourinho. We call him break. We call him induction. Why? Because he's old manager. But we protect Pep Guardiola because he's the god of football. That doesn't stick in my brain. It doesn't. I do not understand that.
No, but I feel like at least he's trying to win the Champions League. Mourinho has been trying to win the Champions League since.
We're gonna protect Pep Guardiola because he is the goat of a manager. We idolize. Sorry, Pep, don't worry. Or you make mistake, we back you up. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna back him up because after spending those ridiculous money as a manager, and you still expect me to back him? No, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that. So,
but Abdullah,
yeah.
Can you answer me this? So at least he's trying to win the Champions League. Mourinho hasn't been trying to win it since 2012, bro.
And I what?
Mourinho hasn't been trying to win the Champions League since 2012. That was his last time ever trying to win the Champions League. After that, Mourinho is useless in the Champions League.
You see, the problem with it, you see, it's in those 2012 years. You could look at the Chelsea that won the Champions League that year. There are old players who had an ambition to win Champions League, like Drogba, Lampard, John Terry, and Co. They have that ambition to win the Champions League. But look at Jose Mourinho's UCL win under Porto, under Inter Milan. Look at those years. Look at those players under that team. Look at those Bayern Munich players. Look at those players in years. So there's a difference because Jose got a player who wants to win him trophies, who has the ambition of old player, like who has the mentality of winning him trophies. But look at those players Pep Guardiola has in Bayern. So when we watch football, people need to understand that when you watch football, you have to have context into when you watch football. You have to add context to it because if you don't have context to the way we watch football, we're gonna have a problem as a fan. Because
it's Abdullah. So just run because you need to get back to your bloody stream. So specifically, why do you think that based off what he did at Barcelona, he was not able to translate it here at Bayern Munich after he won 2 UCLs and they treble in his sextuple? What went wrong?
The problem is, I think in my own way, the reason they can't translate that Bayern Barcelona era when they won the UCL to the Bayern Munich, right? Because Bayern Munich like every season, Bundesliga, UCL, Bundesliga, UCL.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Bayern Munich. Munich. I'm not gonna have you keep saying this. It's Bayern
Munich.
It's Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich. Okay.
Oh, okay, but all right, I got you. Bayern Munich, right? I don't know the difference between Bayern. See, that's not the difference between Bayern Munich and Bayern Munich. It's the same thing.
It's Bayern Munich. It's pronounced Bayern Munich.
Yeah, in English it's Bayern Munich.
Yes.
All right, I got you. So if you look at those yeah, when you won the Champions League in Barcelona and Bayern Munich, there's a difference there because in Bayern.
Where's the brick emoji? Where's the brick emoji? I just told you this like 5 seconds ago. I said it about 10 times in a row and you still got it wrong. What's the difference between saying Bayern Munich? Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich. Do you want me to say it again? Bayern Munich. One more time. Bayern Munich. Say it.
Bayern Munich, right?
Bayern Munich.
I see those differences because if you look at the way we call Manchester United, we call it Man United and Manchester United. They are the same thing. Manchester City, Man City. Those are the same thing. So If you look at the Pep Guardiola that won the
round off your points so I can come to some other guys. Round off your points, man.
My problem with it is people need to open up their eyes when we are in the era of 2021 right now. And the way we had the last Pep Guardiola, I'm sorry, I can't put him in that in that levels in which people kind of idolize him. I'm sorry. That's why I don't put him as the GOAT of manager. I put him one of the best manager in world football. And he will always do that for me.
Suleiman, talk to me. And shout out to Suleiman repping Lugo, by the way, repping Lugo. Again, we're hoping that Lugo can get promoted to La Liga, man. Lugo, we need you, man, for my personal comedy.
You're going to have the kit for the start of the season?
No, I'm buying the kits this season. Just that, is the kits available to buy? 100%, I'm going to order the kits from eBay and so forth, get the Lugo kits. So, actually, I'm going to try and order it now, actually. So, Suleiman, while I try and order this Lugo kit, why did it fail for Pep? And remember, Suleiman is a Barca fan. So, my gosh, we have 3 Barca fans here. God damn. So, why did he was so successful at Barcelona, and why we see such a failure here at Bayern Munich?
Okay, so before I start off, my internet connection is a bit poor. So is it cutting out right now, or am I good?
You're fine at the moment, but
is it breaking?
It's breaking it. No, it's fine. It's fine at the moment.
Okay. All right. So for Pep Guardiola, I mean, I personally like him as a Barcelona fan, but when you look at him at other clubs, I think one of the main points is overthinking in Champions League matches. And it's not only one case; it's multiple cases. The overspending and not winning the Champions League is also a second point many people criticize him for.
So I'm sorry. These guys are charging £55 for a Lugo jersey.
On where?
God. Some sites called cultkits.com. But sorry, continue.
They need to make their money, man. How are they going to make their money?
Zeman, mute your mic. Continue.
And I think the third one is, people have already mentioned it, but the Messi tax. And like when you have a player scoring 91 goals in a calendar season, I mean, can you really take credit for it? I mean, he's a good coach, but like when you have players like Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, like you got to take some points away from him.
Do you take? Wait. Let me ask you this question.
Go for it.
Do you not give Zidane any credit, or is it Cristiano tax?
Wilson, don't you dare say that's nonsense.
Like Cristiano, Bale, and Benzema.
That's a good question. No, that's a good question.
It's not. No, that's a disrespectful question.
No,
Wilson, how dare you?
Bro, I'm around. I just want to.
It's modular.
Yes, and how dare you say that question, Wilson? You're talking about Zidane.
I want to ask a simple question. Does he think it's Cristiano tax for Zidane?
No, it's not.
No, I'm asking.
But it's not just Messi tax, is it? It's like Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets tax. It's that's a very important component as well.
For Zidane also won the league without Cristiano, so I give him credit for that as well.
Okay, I just wanted to see your opinion on it.
Okay, so wait, let me just hit some of these dubs and then we can keep this thing going. From your boy Mohammed, who says Pep has spent more money, £1.2 billion at Man City than 64 of the top 140 ranked countries have spent on their military spending, ranked by their budgets. Mohammed, I'm going to come back to that because that's amazing. Let me say one last time, in case you didn't hear it. Pep has spent more money, £1.2 billion, at Man City than 64 of the top 140 ranked countries have spent on their military spending, ranked by their budgets. We're going to reference that back. Don't worry, we're going to reference that back because we're building up to the crescendo. Your boy Mo Leicester, who supports Leicester City, who didn't qualify for top 4 the last season.
Stop saying that name, bro. It's a troll, man. Do you not get Mo Leicester? Like the joke. Like it's a troll, man.
Oh my god! No!
He's a scholar.
Wait, no.
Let him keep saying it, man. He's a scholar, bro.
No way.
He didn't realize. You don't realize that. You don't realize that. It's a troll.
Drop a brick, bro. Drop a brick.
That's a brick academy, bro.
Drop a brick right now.
Drop a brick. Sorry, drop a brick.
Guys, I didn't realize I didn't realize.
Innocent,
Wow, this guy was saying Leicester. He was saying he's a Leicester fan. I thought he was being serious.
Yeah.
I didn't. No, because in that guy, see the screener I'm looking at, he's got a Leicester City logo.
Yeah, that's part of the joke, and you brought into it, bro. You actually got
So Mo, you effing clown. Well done for tricking me, you bastard. And this clown said, "You're just jealous. Pep has a better shampoo than you. You freaking moron. Who the hell are you? And also screw you for making me say molester. You freaking clown. Bastard."
Said it again. Yeah, you're still winning.
Mo,
Okay,
yeah.
can I go?
Okay, we do. Let me just hit it too much. So from Chainsaw
Cool.
DH says, "Make me a mod, please." HH. Yeah, I'll try, bro. Chainsaw, I'll try. Don't worry. I'm doing a lot of things at the moment in time, man. But don't worry. I'll give you that mod thing. And from Zoateng TV, who says, "HH, Poch already lost the French Community Shield to FC Lille. Forget the CL. If Pech doesn't win Uber Eats, he's finished and needs to manage in Iraq." I did see him. He lost the French Community Shield. So basically, Lille pretty much did the double flex over thingy, and nobody's actually talking about how this guy failed to win Uber Eats. Like, it's one thing losing to that Monaco side that had that super talented team. To lose to Lille, where no player from that Lille team is going to become an Mbappe, a Bernardo Silva, a Fabinho, or any of these freaking dudes. So, when he played Kane and benched Lucas Moura, he forever became a freaking clown. And yes, I'm making him a classy brick. Daniel, talk to me.
Oh, the reason I wanted to bring up 2011 and I didn't want you to skip it is because the more successful Barcelona were, and you compare that with what he's done subsequently, it gives a good kind of contrast. Sorry, Abdullahi killed me, man. It gives a good contrast to see what he won with that team and what he hasn't won with other subsequent teams. YSK brought up a point that he made a mistake in going to Bayern, or maybe that was like the wrong way to go. I think your first slide with Heinkes, with all of the trophies, and I forgot what you named the chapter. Was it? It
was a Super Cup.
Inconvenience.
Inconvenience. That's exactly correct. Pep had no idea that team was going to win a treble. He thought he was coming to Bayern to help them, because they lost the Champions League in 2012 in their home stadium. It was devastating, and nobody really thought that 2012-13 was going to be a treble-winning season. But they did, and then Pep walks in like, now I have to compete with what Heinkes just did, you know? And then this comes to the point where in England, you can get credit for winning the league. In Spain, you can get credit for winning the league. In Italy, maybe recently you can get credit for winning the league. France, not so much. Germany is a one-team league. Obviously, we can talk about, the Klopp Dortmund teams and whatnot, but as many people have said, winning the Bundesliga, it's great. You get the plate or whatever kind of trophy it is, but like nobody's giving you credit for that, which means to be a successful manager in Germany, or at least to be a successful Bayern Munich manager, and Pep especially, because of the reputation he came with, you have to win the Champions League. And that then puts pressure on Pep, which is why we see in all these semifinals, quarterfinals, round of 16, he steps out of what he did, of what he normally does. Maybe he'll be playing 4-1-4 or 4-3-3. Then all of a sudden he'll play a double pivot with was it Schweinsteiger and Toni Kroos against Real Madrid?
And then man-to-man marking.
4-0. That's not something that he generally did. He played a back three and man-marked MSN. That's not what he does. But Pep, understanding that the only way I'm really going to get credit here is if I win a Champions League, he puts pressure on himself, and that leads to mistakes. So I can't blame him for going to Bayern because it made sense when he signed the contract. It's just that a few months later, it's like, oh shit, now it doesn't make as much sense as it did, but he's not going to step back and say, no, I don't want to come. So, yeah. And I don't want to talk about City because I'm sure we'll get there in a few minutes, but it's just a continuation of Munich, and probably a little bit even worse based on the military spending you just gave us.
You know, No, sorry, go on.
No.
I'm finished.
On that, what Daniel said as well. Yeah, I completely forgot that he signed before the whole treble thing happened. So, yeah, that kind of, although that still applies with the playing style. I think the playing style being so polar opposite to one another, maybe. But the thing with this as well, you know, the current Bayern team right now. How much of it do you think is Uncle Heinke's influenced, and how much of it do you think is Pep influenced? Because to an extent, Pep did kind of, well, he didn't fully convert them, but he did switch the style of play quite significantly from what Uncle Heinke's team was. Even though they were unsuccessful in the Champions League, he did sort of switch Bayern's style of play quite a bit. So is this side influenced more by Pep, or is it still a bit of Uncle Heinke's?
So I say in 2021.
Yeah. The side, basically the side that won the Champions League, for example.
I'll say it's Heinke's because I do feel that even if there are differences, there is still somewhat of a German philosophy that's around. And when you look at how Hansi Flick's team played, and I think when you look at even what Nagelsmann did with Leipzig, the ball gets moved forward a lot quicker. So I think the difference in Flick is the higher press, which Heinkes didn't really do, and wasn't really the cool thing to do back in 2012, 2013. But what is similar is Heinkes says, if there's an opportunity, shoot. And if you can move the ball forward, move it forward. And Flick is like, at any given opportunity, move that ball forward and be direct, interpret and attack the space. But Pep was about, no. Patience. Pass. Then look at the opportunity, but always trust the pass. So I do think how that Flick team played and how the Nagel team is going to play is more in line with what Heinkes' philosophy was, which is that it's like more traditional of like play. Like if you can make a forward pass, make the forward pass. If it's not there, move. Whereas the Pep said, no. The first thing you do is look for the pass. Even if you can dribble or move forward or you can attack the space, no. First thing you do is make the shorter pass and then try and make that intricate. Basically, Pep's football is like FIFA on Max. i.e. AAAAAX. AAAAAAX.
Basically all the pro players, just constant passing.
It's like he's literally like the pro players, where it's just AAAAAAX.
So would you say that's down to the players that he had, and then he didn't have at Bayern? So like his style of play essentially comes down to.
That's what. Now we're getting to the crux of the matter, which is why I say that.
Because it's not just Messi; it's Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets.
That's the point I'm making, because I clown Fergie for you only won 2 CLs in 30 years and so forth. But why I say that Fergie is probably the greatest manager is because he created like 3, 4, 5 pretty different teams. Like the Andy Cole, Dwight York team was very different from the Van Nistelrooy era.
Yeah.
Then the Cristiano era. Then the Van Persie era. Those were all pretty distinctly different teams. So the thing with Pep, though, is that what you've now seen is that he's got a very particular way of playing that is obviously connected very well with Spanish players and how Spanish players play, because Spanish players have a very particular way of playing. Yeah. And that team, as we saw in the 2010 World Cup, was Barcelona, apart from Capdevila, Ramos, and Casillas. Everyone else was Barcelona.
Yeah.
And maybe Xabi Alonso as well. So it was mostly a Barcelona team. So obviously the football that he wants and he wants to play is Spanish guys fully understand it. But now when you now have a Dutch guy, French guy, Croatian, some German guys there, then it's like, okay, can they do what the Spanish guys can do? They can, but obviously not to the same degree. So obviously as a manager, you've got to be like, which is what Fergie did, is that, okay, I have these players. Rather than enforce this philosophy, let me now tweak. Hence why City, you've now seen him adapt, because he came into Bayern as, this maverick who won the sextuple and redefined football and is now changed football for everything. So it's like, I'm bringing in my football because I was hired because I'm here to save you guys. That's why it goes to the inconvenience.
Yeah.
Because they were not supposed to win the treble. They were supposed to fail yet again. And no, you listen to me because I'm the guy that's going to give you the UCL, because I'm the guy that has totally redefined how football is now going to be played for the next decade. But what you've now seen is management. Because if you can't be successful with totally different players, then how good of a manager are you? Because what makes you a great manager is these are these players. This is what I need to do. Now, these are the players. I have a philosophy, but I have to now tweak it and adjust it because these certain players, I can't just force them to be like the guys I used to coach before. There's a bit of give and take. Yes, I'm going to teach you this, but I've now got to now accept and acknowledge the qualities you have and don't take those away.
Yeah.
Someone wants to say something?
No. We can go to City. We can.
Okay, cool. I thought so.
All right. I didn't say anything about Bayern.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, go for it.
Go on.
Go for it. Go.
My bad.
No, well, sorry. Just my 2 cents. Listen, I know this is supposed to be like a roasting of Pep, and you know everybody talked and they all pretty much said the same thing. And it all comes down to, did you win the UCL? Yes, no, no, you flopped. I don't think football is that simple. Honestly, you can't. There's someone who said, while Pep with Bayern won 2 legs, or I don't remember which, on penalty kick, so he was lucky. But then when Thomas Müller missed an important penalty, it's his fault because he sent him to send it. You can't have it both ways. It's double standard, okay? So he was unlucky. To me, it comes down to, did Bayern play well? Yes, no. They play very well. I mean, they could have won the Champions League. They were unlucky. I think I do agree with what others said. I thought it even when we started this point, he really made a mistake going to Bayern Munich. Like, really, truly made a mistake, and he had no chance of, because.
So what should he have done then?
No, he should have gone to. I mean, not to that team, because I'll tell you what he should have done. But let me make this point.
Okay.
Because if he didn't win the treble, not the Bundesliga, the treble, he failed, he flopped. But if he did win the treble, it was not because of him. He was handed over a treble winning team. So he shot himself in the foot. He should not have gone to Bayern Munich. He should have gone to another team.
No, but quickly, before you go, the thing is that he got screwed. He was announced before the season ended.
Yes, I know.
See,
I know.
Your point would make if, let's say, he had won it, that is like, okay, what's the point? But he only signed before the season had ended. So,
yeah, it's true. It was unlucky, man. He was just unlucky. He didn't think they were going to win the treble, and then he was now under the pressure of winning it all, because he was a lose situation for him.
He should have gone to Chelsea, really.
He should have gone to another, really not to Bayern Munich. In that I agree with everyone. But the thing is, Pep Guardiola has achieved many things. Like, as someone pointed out, Xavi and Iniesta were not Xavi and Iniesta before Pep Guardiola. Messi exploded with Guardiola, and he didn't know how to manage that team, because I remember the first thing he did when he started with Barcelona was allowed Messi to go play the Olympics, because Barcelona didn't let him. He gave Barcelona for the first time, he gave Messi the number 10 for the first time. He bet on this kid who at that point he was potential, but he exploded that potential under Pep Guardiola. Busquets is all Pep, because he had Yaya Touré, and he said, no, I'm not going to play Yaya Touré, I'm going to play Busquets. And that's all Pep. And Pedro, it's Pep. Pedro didn't reproduce his success, his performance in other teams, but at that time he was great with Barcelona. And I can say the same thing with other players. I think with Bayern Munich, yeah, it doesn't. I am one of those guys who I'm not as simplistic as all of you. Did you win the UCL? Yes, no. To me, it's more complicated than that. So
Juan, it is true, but the issue is we have to look at the optics, because we have to look at the fact it was an extremely talented team, a very talented team who those players were at their peak. Like, as I said again, I don't care when it was Ribery should have won the Ballon d'Or in 2013. We saw the amazing World Cup that Robin had in 2010 and what he did in 2013 as well. So you had guys who are all at their peak and so forth. So yes, you can still say that, okay, the different things that may have happened in the different games, if this happened, if Muller did this, but at the end of the day, to inherit a team like that and not only not win the Champions League, not even get to the final, but even more so than that, it's the way you lost. See, if you see the Atletico loss, it's all three losses because the Real won and Barcelona won. You got beaten badly, and you got beaten based off your tactics, not because you got based off because your tactics were trash. And the Atletico loss, you can't lose that because that team was at their very best and it was in your third year. So there was no reason for you not to beat that team. So
you know with the whole Pep signing early thing as well. How much blame do you put on him though? Because you can say he was unlucky, but it wasn't as if Bayern was out of all the competitions. And he signed the contract in January. So how much would you say it was bad decision making on Pep's part? Because like I said, the styles were completely different. It was complete contrast to what he's used to playing.
Yeah.
So
no. But see, YSK, that's why I respect him taking the role because it's a challenge. And when we get to Man City, we'll now get to what all of the English pundits were saying after that first season of like, oh, you can't do all that stuff in England, blah, 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 blah. So his mind was like, I so believe in what Cruyff taught me. I so believe in his philosophy that, you know what? I believe that I can take this and succeed in anywhere. Oh, Bayern Munich and so forth.
Do you know what
I'm
the
going to
problem
take a Bayern and
HH?
totally readdress them. Yeah.
The problem was Mancini left Man City at the end of the season in 2013. Chelsea had an interim manager. It was Benitez, and then they got Mourinho in 2013. And Red Devil, you can correct me if I'm right or wrong, but when did Sir Alex leave Manchester United? Was that 2013 or was it 2011?
No, it's
it was 2013.
It was
So
13.
City, United, and Chelsea didn't have a manager by the end of the season, but he signed for the treble-winning German team. I don't know if maybe he wanted, how managers, I want to go different, experience different cultures. And
No.
I think so.
They had but Danny, we have to keep it in mind. They hadn't won the treble when he signed.
I know, but I'm just saying maybe he had it in his mind that he really wanted to experience German football, and no matter what happened with them, it is what it is. Maybe he's not thinking treble, but maybe he's thinking, maybe they get to the semi or the final or whatever it is.
No.
But
everyone was so surprised.
But he would have had three legitimate options if he just waited.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that aspect. I actually think he sees. I think Pep does his research. That's one thing he does, which kind of makes the whole him going to Bayern Munich seem odd. Because of course he would look into the players. He would. I mean, he might have been out for a year, but you knew he was thinking about Bayern Munich and he was thinking about his options and where he can go, and he's looking at the player's profile and what he can do with them, which kind of makes the whole him going to Bayern Munich kind of a weird choice. Considering that these players didn't necessarily fit.
But you see, Zeman though, it still goes to. I like that because in Pep's mind, it goes back to I so believe in this philosophy that I believe that I can take a bunch of players who may be so at odds with this philosophy, go there, teach them this, turn them around, and be successful with it. Because he knows that Bayern Munich, this is one of the best well-run organizations there are out there.
Yeah.
Based off of the issues he had with the Barcelona higher-ups, I'm now going to be supported, I'll be protected, and I'll be given the right kind of environment to do what I want to do. And who knows? Because I remember that time when I think Bayern Munich, they put up the red carpet for him. So Bayern were like, no, we want you. We so believe in what you're doing. We so believe in your football. We so believe in your coach and management. We want you to come and be you here. After the bridges that were burnt with him and Barcelona, he's like, oh my gosh, like these guys are sort of making the great case for me to come forth. So yeah, I'm all in. So you have to think about how are people presenting their case to please come and do your thing for us, carte blanche.
Could it also be a case that perhaps the aesthetic and the qualities of German football is just something he wanted to master? Like maybe he saw where the game was going from a more possession-based game to a more Gegenpress, And he saw that, and he thought, well, what better place to implement this into my management than in Germany? So let me go to Germany and learn their game. And I think with Manchester City, the way that football's developed, especially with Klopp going places, and with just all the great German managers that exist, him having that hands-on experience in that style and country of football, I think was probably a benefit for his just understanding of football in general. Maybe those 3 years were just him just doing some education. Obviously.
Yeah. What supports your case is before he became the Barcelona B manager, this guy used to travel around to South America. He would actually try to hone in and understand like the different styles of plays and how to manage and try to implement to his system before he became the Barcelona manager of Barcelona B. So yeah, this guy is definitely a student of the game, if anything.
All right, so before we move on to one of my favorite chapters of this, let me just hit some of these dubs, man. Mohammed, thank you for the dub, Mohammed. Mohammed says, Klopp with a worse squad, with a net spend of minus £110 million, won the UCL, whereas Pep with a better squad and a net spend of minus £557 million can't win the UCL. These are the facts of life. Bro. And also, Klopp also has a very correct Pep. Wait, let me just quickly, and I'll come back to you. So, from Edwino P2626, who says, this Hangouts is a classic. Edwino, we've not even touched the surface yet, bro. Things about to get real. So, Was Colchoneros says, also, your name is Los. Okay, keep the L. Los Colchoneros says, why is no one talking about how lucky they were to get to the 2016 semis? Juve outplayed them at the Allianz in the second leg, but Evra bricked it later. I remember that. I think I was in Nigeria for that game. When was it the second leg when Morata made that crazy run and Cuadrado then scored that crazy goal?
Yeah.
Look, that was a close game. It wasn't. No, it was a close game.
Peak Morata.
And what's it called? Oh, you see. You clowns. You see, thank you for reminding me about. So, this guy's name is obviously messed up. So, this guy's name is so Ice, and then there's a space, and then SOCK space DIX. That's this guy's name, which I wouldn't say.
See, no, that's trash. So, even for haters of greatness, that's trash.
That's too big. I almost said it. Actually, almost said it.
Sucks dicks. That's wild.
Yeah. I mean, you guys grow up, you freaking losers, man. I am gullible. I'm not that gullible. He said, respect Pep. He has a better bald head, and you have a trash name. You piece of trash, clown, piece of shit, dickhead, clown.
That's funny. That's good.
So now.
Hope.
There's one more. There's another super chat. I don't know.
Hope, can I say something?
Oh, please go for it. Go for it, bro.
No. It's just very quickly because I'm on my phone right now, which is about to run out of battery. So I like to get the next question because then unfortunately I have to leave because my phone it's about to die.
Okay.
And so if I can go first, just I wanted to say that.
Oh, sure. Don't worry. I'll please, because this is like my favorite chapter. So like we're gonna be here for a while, bro. So where are we at?
Man City.
So he gets hired at Man City. So Juan, Man City. This was loads of money, endless war chest, all the support in the world, all the money you can spend with, and so forth. We already see what happened at Bayern Munich. Now at Man City, where you have access to as much money as you want to buy anyone. Why hasn't he been successful? It took him 4 years to get to the UCL final that he lost. And he still hasn't delivered a Champions League when we combine Bayern and City. Were we lied to? Is this guy really a fraud? Who was lucky to have that specific Barcelona team at that specific time, based off of his failure now at Man City again? Talk to me, Juan.
Well, but the thing is, it's not 2 + 2 is 4. It's a big group of different elements and components And the most important thing that a manager needs to have is chemistry, which obviously he had at Barcelona. He didn't have so much at Bayern. And I think the most important thing to analyze is how did Manchester City look like before and after Pep. And I remember even in the Mancini era, which I still sometimes once in a while I watch the video of Aguero scoring that last second goal. It was a miracle the way they won it. It was one of the greatest stories ever. But Manchester City hadn't even won the Premier League in 4 decades, and they were not a competitive team. And now then in comes Pep. And what is Manchester City now in Premier League?
After billion, in comes Pep after billion. You need to add that as a preview. In comes Pep after billion. But go on.
Right, Devils, you'll have your say. But go on. Juan, go on. Juan.
That phone is officially
Can you hear me?
dead.
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me? No, I was just about to say that my phone is truly about to die, and I will hear all of your answers when I get to another device. But let me finish. I know that he had access to a lot of money, but that is no guarantee of anything, really. Money does not equal success, because you still need to manage a team. You need to buy the right team. Let me just finish my point. Again, it all comes down to what does Manchester City look like today since Pep arrived, and now they have won the Premier League a couple more times since he's there. They're the strongest teams in Premier League, which was not the case before he arrived. Okay, it coincided with the downfall of Manchester United, yes, but they had a beautiful duel with Liverpool, which he has lost, and then he have won. And for the first time in the history of this club, he reached UCL final. I don't think you can determine or classify or how do you say it, or bring it all down to one game, the entire career of a coach or of a player. He lost the UCL, but he could have won it. He was unlucky. De Bruyne, his best player, got injured. We will never know what would have happened. His tactics were questioned because he played with no forward. He played with no center midfield, defensive midfielder, and that's how Harvard's what's his name? He scored the goal. And yeah, you can say all that, but with those tactics, just playing with all just midfielders, first of all, that's revolutionary, because I don't remember ever in my whole life seeing a team playing only with midfielders. I have never seen that before. And yet he reached the UCL final playing that way. He could not crack Chelsea. That Chelsea was the only team that he could not beat during the whole season. He did beat them. No, sorry, he didn't. He didn't beat Chelsea the whole season. I think you guys make it very simple. Did you win the UCL or not? No, you are failure. I don't think it's as simple as that. It's my opinion. It's not as simple as that. He spent billions. Yeah, he's played, but his team was competitive, and he won the Premier League, and they played amazing. And on the last day, the final is a matter of details. I think he did a great job in Manchester City. I would have loved that Messi goes to City. I don't know if you refer to me as a Barcelona fan. I am not a Barcelona fan, but I still would love Messi to play in that city with De Bruyne. I think would be amazing. So no, I don't consider him a failure at all, because Manchester City is a different team now. It's much better than they were before. They are he put Manchester City one step above, and he can still win the UCL. That's my opinion. I know this is a rusty of Pep, but sorry, I love football. I like him as a coach. That's my opinion.
No, Juan. No, I think that is all fair. I think it's interesting that you start off with that, because I think it's a funny one when you look at what Pep has done with Man City, because I like, Juan, when you do mention the points of, if we just boil it down to did you or did you not win the UCL, you are therefore a failure. But my thing is, Pep has done amazing things. He's done amazing things at Man City, because again, I feel that he's already put that City team that scored 100 points for a strong argument as one of the greatest sides ever. So you look at the Chelsea side that have the best defensive record. You look at the Invincibles. You can argue the United team that did the three-peat, and now you're not bringing the City team with 100 points and most goals scored. So P has rips the Premier League apart. But the thing about it is, you cannot ignore the amount of money you spent, and you cannot ignore that the Champions League is the elite competition. This is where you are now fully judged. So my thing now was okay, Bayern Munich, it didn't work out for you, but you won those leagues. But I think even Daniel made the point that, you're winning the Liga, Bayern, it can't be seen as that much of a big deal, because even Ancelotti, who it was a mess, the players didn't like him, the players were at loggerheads, he even still was managed to win the league. So
even Niko Kovac, the worst flop, still won the but
he's a criminal.
He still won the freaking Bundesliga. So my thing though is, I guess one's points of how can you call a guy a failure because he didn't manage to win the Champions League, but then I go to the points of like, why was he brought here? Was he just brought here too easy? Zima, I'll give it to you, man, because I know you're going to defend my bold friend here. Zima, let me land.
I'm really not, to be honest.
Zima, finish your food, finish your meal, man, finish your meal. So the thing though is, why was he brought to Man City? Now you could argue that, he was brought into Man City to change the balance of power. And if you were to interview many Man City fans, they care more about having won over Man United than the Champions League, which I think is weird. But at the end of the day, this now goes back to where we now started in 2009, which is, how much credit do we give Pep? Oh my gosh, back in 2009, freaking hell, this manager is a supernova. He's a maverick. He's a revolutionary. This guy has taken what Michel's and Cruyff did and just taken it to the freaking nth degree. And the idea was, and Pep's thought was, you had such overwhelming success with Barcelona, bro. I hit the jackpot. This is how football will be played. So he brought it to Bayern Munich. It didn't really work out. And you see, at City, he tweaked it. Because Bayern Munich humbled him. Specifically, the Champions League humbled him. And you see, he tweaked it. But what we're now seeing that, even with his tweaking and so forth, he still cannot get that incredible, amazing success in the Champions League that he had with those guys. So, of course, you winning a Premier League is Wilson, let me land. You don't laugh. Let me land. Okay. So you winning the Premier League winning the Premier League is harder than winning the Bundesliga if you're Bayern Munich. That's just facts. So of course, I give it that. But at the end of the day, when you're in the Champions League, I don't see Scunthorpe, I don't see Norwich, I don't see Winnish. Okay, I don't see Slough FC. You're facing the very best, again, the very best that football has to offer.
Respect Slough.
Look, I used to go to school near Slough, so I have no respect. So my thing though is that you can't spend this amount of money. It's the money thing. You always follow the money. You can't spend this amount of money and just give me the Papa John's Cup and league titles. I'm sorry. Because what people will say is, oh my God, you should win the league if you're spending that amount of money. Because that is ridiculous. How do you win a league? Squads. How the freak is Aston Villa, Crystal Palace, Fulham and so forth how are they supposed to compete against a squad that has been built of hundreds upon hundreds of millions, So at the end of the day, for Pep, you have to be judged by what you do in the Champions League. It may sound harsh, it may sound unlucky, but that is what you have to be judged by, because the more money you spend, the more I'm going to say, no. Cool, Champions League. Because the squad you've built and the money you've invested isn't for a Premier League team that's to dominate the Premier League. What you've spent and what you built is for a Champions League winning team. Did you really believe that with all the money that was spent to assemble the Galacticos, Perez was like, oh, we're just here to dominate Spain? No. Perez was like, if I'm spending this money, I want us to rule Europe and win multiple Champions Leagues. Now, obviously, I would like a treble. I would like La Liga, but if I have Figo, Ronaldo, Zidane, or particularly on my team, we have to win the Champions League. So, Pep, if you have a guy like you have De Bruyne in there, you're bringing Ilkay Gundogan in there, you bring in Mahrez in there, guys who De Bruyne, people say one of the best midfielders in the world, Mahrez, best. Yes, Premier League should be almost a give me the freaking UCL. So, who wants to?
I'll jump on it. I'll
jump on it.
I've got to go. Okay.
So, okay, Red Devil, because you have to go. So Red Devil and then to Vilton. Red Devil, talk to me.
Okay, Okay, I'll try not to be long. So, but it must be said. Okay,
Red Devil, this is a roasting session, so go as long as you want, bro. This is the time.
I go back to my original point. Okay, Sir Alex. Okay, I'll start with that. 26 seasons, 500 million, 2 UCLs, 5 seasons. Okay, with City, Pep has had almost $1 billion, no UCL. I'm not going to buy the whole inflation argument when we're talking about 26 seasons. We're not talking 10, we're not talking 15, we're talking 26 seasons, and you still don't have a Champions League.
But he beat the manager twice.
I'll even cement that by being that a certain, and as much as I don't like them, a certain Jurgen Klopp, who's also been at Liverpool for arguably the same amount of time, didn't spend nowhere near 900 million. Hasn't he won a Champions League? Jurgen, hasn't he? Did he spend 900 million? Did he spend up to
no?
Didn't? And he's won a Premier League title. Okay, yes, he's not smashed in records, but he's won. Okay, but he had to build it. And okay, yes, Guardiola has what 2, maybe 3 more Premier League titles than Jurgen has, despite the fact that
and he not Pep out in CL.
And he not Pep out in CL. And he, yeah. So even going to that, so because one's point about focusing on the recent Champions League of Chelsea. If that was the only thing that we were criticizing, we would have no beef. But the context is that this is his 4th or 5th Champions League outing with City, going to a final. What happened last season, if I recall? Can you tell me the excuse against Lyon? Are Lyon one of the best teams in the world? Are they at the level of Chelsea? Can you explain why he lost to Lyon? Can you explain why he lost?
No. Wait, Red Devil. I almost forgot. This is his 5th season.
5th season.
This is 5th. Oh, Lord. I thought it was the 4th.
No, this is the longest he's ever been in any club.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah. Can you explain what happened against Spurs? Okay, you can make an argument for Liverpool, although Liverpool didn't spend 100 when he got knocked out with the CL then, and that case of Monaco, Mbappe, etc. Fine, I'll give him those 2. But Lyon on Spurs? Nah, come on. And at the end of the day, like this whole argument of, but it's about the coaching. Yes, of course. No one here is saying that Pep Guardiola is a terrible coach. I've never said Pep Guardiola is a terrible coach. He clearly improves players. You can see that with Sterling. But the argument is that he is the GOAT. When you're saying that this guy is the GOAT of all managers, and you give the guy $1 billion over 5 seasons, and he gives you 1 UCL final with no trophy, that is a failure. I don't understand. Like if you were to give anyone here £1 billion and say, right, use that to invest in like property, and you ended up basically with like a simple small apartment and a flat, everyone would be like, what the hell? What have you done with £1 billion? What the hell? Like, it's like, yeah, I've got a nice flat. You're like, bro, you get £1 billion, you should be having mansions and stuff.
Red respect apartment merchants.
Yeah. So he's an apartment merchant. He's an apartment merchant, Kev. That's what he is. That's what he is, bro. He's an apartment merchant, man.
Oh, the disrespect,
man. If nobody listens to this hangout and call him an apartment, nobody will know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, we call everything merchant here, man.
I'll just wrap because obviously everyone else is speaking stuff, but at the end of the day, like like I said, I'm not here saying that Pep Guardiola is a terrible manager, but dude since he left Barcelona, dude has spent 1.2 billion pounds and has still not achieved, or he's been close to compete. I mean, actually, hang on, let me go back. The final with Chelsea was that the first final he's been in since he was with Barcelona and Manchester United.
Yeah.
Yes.
A decade.
So to tell me, so a decade spending more than 1.2 billion, you've not even been to the final.
What about Mourinho? Red Devil, what about Mourinho spending a lot of money, having got to a final?
It's not about the goal. It's not about the goal.
It's not about Mourinho. It's about Pep.
I'm just saying. I'm literally just saying. So, but like, anyway, guys. At the end of the day, like, please, like I've said several times, please don't compare this man to Sir Alex Ferguson.
If he wins the CL, it's over for you, bro.
No, there's no.
Has he won a CL? Has he won a CL? Has he won a CL?
Wilson, there's no if he's won a CL. Do you not listen to my stat about like 26 seasons, 5? I'm not even throwing in net spend. I'm not even throwing in net
your
spend.
manager both time and for him to get
Wilson. I'm sorry, no. The fact of the matter is that he's already in a losing position because even if he wins the UCL, you've spent way too much money.
No, but I'm talking about him beating Ferguson in both finals.
Messi beat Ferguson.
It wasn't him.
I always say it this way: if the final, if Sir Alex Ferguson had that Barcelona squad, and if Sir Alex Ferguson had spent the same, let me land. If he had the Barcelona squad, and if he'd spent the same amount of money that Pep has had from Barcelona to City, and the same access, because bearing in mind, and I stress this with Sir Alex, that Sir Alex Ferguson for most of his tenure was working with the Brick and Glazers. The Glazers, the Glazer guys. He is always, Pep Guardiola has always had the general support of almost every single board that he's been at Bayern Munich, at Barcelona, and definitely at Manchester City. Sir Alex Ferguson made Manchester United and worked with. We see now the fallout because of the nature of the Glazers and how getting targets, etc. We know now the amount of players that Sir Alex Ferguson wanted to come into Manchester United that didn't because we can't get it because too expensive, blah blah whatever. The point is, this dude has been backed in every single board he has because they won the biggest trophies, and at Bayern Munich and City, he wasn't able to deliver that. You cannot compare Sir Alex Ferguson to Pep Guardiola. Dude is a good manager. I give him respect, but I'm sorry, like he's not a GOAT. That's my piece.
Fergie is the GOAT. CL in 30 years.
Let me hit some of these jokes before we go to some clowning.
26 years.
So, wait, do you know that there's a dude who keeps changing his name to try and clown me? So that clown, he's now changed his name to Hugh space Janus. Bro, do you think I'm a moron? Wait, do you actually think I'm a moron? Like, no. I take exception to you actually believing that I'm that dumb that actually says that stuff.
That Mo guy has now given HH that paranoia reading out.
Yes, thank you. Freaking loser. From your boy, the real Giannis, who says, Pep has changed for football. Look at the type of centre forward that everyone wants and goal-scoring wide forwards. Look at the invented fullbacks. Real Giannis, I don't give a crap. Fine, you've changed football. You've won. You've not been to a UCL final since freaking 2011. And the fact that you've spent 3 trillion and not given me a freaking UCL. So you can change football all you freaking want. You're a fraud. Because you've spent so much money and all you can do is...
He won a Carabao Cup.
I know. Yes, I know. Carabao Cup, I know. Papa John's Cup, I know. So no. Usually football means zero to me. What's this guy's name? Idiot the bus stop. What up? Idiot the bus stop says Pep did not start the false nine. Nigeria won the Olympics in 1996 playing Kanu as a false nine. The internet wasn't around to echo little details back then. Because remember, that team was coached by Bonfred Joe, Dutch manager. And who did Pep get the stuff from? Cruyff. So see, that whole false nine thing and so forth was a Dutch invention back in the freaking 70s by Rinus Michel. So it would make sense that Nigeria had that because they obviously had a Dutch coach. It is possible. Thank you for putting that in there. From Hugh Space JANUS, you freaking moron. Who's greater than Pep? Top 3. Ancelotti, Mourinho. I can throw in
Fergie.
Capello. I can throw in Fergie. I can throw in Lippi. I can throw in all these dudes.
How good was Mourinho really?
We're not getting there. We're not getting there.
Because I feel like we go through
Someone mute Zeman's mic. Can someone mute Zeman's mic?
He doesn't have the longevity.
Zeman, finish your food. Finish your food. Zeman, finish your food. All right, thank you. So let me hit these other jobs. So from your boy, Whimsical Thought, man, thank you for the meal, man. Whimsical Thought, thank you for the meal. Thank you for the will. Whimsical says, I certainly have problems with Pep, but if it's about impact a manager has on a club via style, philosophy, and accolades, that's two in different clubs and different leagues. Pep has to be one of the best. Whimsical Thoughts, 100%. In terms of his impact,
I don't understand. But this is people talking about impact, but I don't understand how Pep's impact at City is greater than Sir Alex's impact at United.
You know what? This is a roasting session. Wait. This is a roasting session. So wait. Easy. Let me just land. To Red Devils' point, see that I know this is a roasting session, but what I'll give him is Red Devils studio. I know the arrivals and so forth. Let's keep it real. That 100-point season was what? His second year or third year?
Second.
In your second year to do that and break so many records,
yeah,
bro,
but
that's crazy.
Yeah, okay. Oh, there's one point. One of the things that I would say in this instance is that, like, okay, but the thing is that looking at let's be real. In the 5 years that Pep Guardiola has been in Manchester City, we're talking about top coaches in the peak of their powers. Who has Pep really actually had to compete and face against?
Exactly.
Okay, no.
Let him land. Let him land.
Okay, we're talking
session,
because let's be Mourinho. Mourinho not in the peak of his powers. I'll give you Jurgen Klopp. I'll give you Klopp. Let's be real. Sir Alex Ferguson went off against peak Mourinho, peak Arsene Wenger, Ancelotti as well. Like, the list goes on. So if you even go earlier back, you could throw in Kevin Keegan and so forth. Like if you go back to the early Premier League sort of season. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that, like, this dude went up against competitive teams and good managers. If we're honest, the only real manager needs to actually, we're talking top tier experienced manager to rival Pep in his 5 seasons, has been Jurgen Klopp, and Jurgen Klopp has won a Premier League and a champion.
Respect to Sean Dice.
Wait. So your whole argument is based on Premier League? That's it?
Yeah. We're talking about the.
I thought it was overall Pep versus Ferguson. I thought you were trying to make a case for that.
No, I'm just making the point in terms of impact. What I'm saying in terms of our club level, United versus City. Sir Alex Ferguson not only obviously took United from obscurity, but also managed to maintain that level of dominance in an era where you have a lot of competitive, high quality managers in the Premier League. Now, okay, Pepper's got to compete with what? He's got to compete with Klopp. He's got to compete with teams that are nowhere near. Arsenal are not at the level that they were with Arsenal, etc. Manchester United obviously are because since Fergie. Chelsea, okay, we'll say Chelsea been too consistent, but still, were they at the level of like peak Mourinho and stuff? But Conte, okay, fine, and obviously Liverpool. So he's not. Let's be real. He's not had the same competitive and from a managerial standpoint that Sir Alex Ferguson other managers had. I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that he's won a league. It's still some successful, but sorry. Mourinho. No, come on.
He went against Wenger and Mourinho. That's it. Those are the best manager Fergie went against. Nobody's denying that. Those were very good managers. But you saying that like Ancelotti wasn't in his peak no more at Chelsea.
You mean Ancelotti as well?
Yeah, he wasn't in his peak no more.
Ancelotti at the time.
In 2010, that was in peak Ancelotti.
No, but I think the point makes
won the
that
league, but he
more his peak then than he is now, though.
Wait. Basically, the point made is that City's main rival, I would say, is Klopp's Liverpool. Hence why, look at how Liverpool took them to the very last day of the season. Then obviously the next season, Liverpool just went ham and went crazy. Obviously this season, Liverpool had crazy injuries. But the thing about Fergie is the kinds of guys he went against were like, that Chelsea team is one of the best Premier League teams of all time. The Invincibles is one of the best Premier League teams of all time. That City team with Yaya and so forth was an extremely good team. So I think, obviously, because Fergie was there for long, then therefore you'll always have these threats that will arise. But the thing though is, yes, fair enough, we have the whole Premier League thing. The Champions League, that is where we now see how elite and how great you truly are. Because we cannot divorce and ignore money spent and what you do against the very best.
By the way, you know he has more knockout wins and more wins in the Champions League than Alex Ferguson, right?
How many trophies does he?
They both have 2.
And yet he's been to less finals, but okay.
No. If we're talking about
wait, hold on. Let me just hit this last one. I'll come to you. So, from your boy, Adnib says, despite his league success, I think we can admit that Pep has had diminishing results since joining City when putting his budget into consideration. 100%. Like, it's like for me, of course, I can acknowledge what he's done for football in terms of the players he's improved, the football being played and the records are broken. But guys, a guy who has only made a CL final in the last year, in the space of 10 years and so forth, that it adds credence to the narrative of you can only win this competition with Messi and Barcelona and these guys. So if you can't win it without them, you're still a good manager. But the point of this whole thing is you're not that great, and we were lied to that you are fraudulent.
Can I talk on this real quick?
Yes, go for it, Wilson. Go for it, man.
Nobody's denying that Pep is a failure in the Champions League, but the fact that you here saying he's a failure at City just based on the Champions League, that's nonsense, bro. Because the guy
based on the money spent, Wilson, why are you ignoring how much?
But that's what he came in for, Wilson. That's what he came in for.
No, I'm not denying that. But if you just say he's a failure because he hasn't won the Champions League, that's just too much. Because it's just the Champions League was founded in 1955. Only 3 managers have won the Champions League more than 3 times: Zidane, Ancelotti, and Bob Paisley.
How much money did they spend? Those guys. Wilson, I'm sorry, you can't ignore money being spent.
I'm not denying that. I'm not saying Pep is the goal. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying that if you just say he's a failure at City, yes, and the Champions League, the guy is a brick, bro. The guy lost to Testu Baby, Mbappe in 2017, 2018, Liverpool. You won the league by 100 points, and you lose to Liverpool 5-1, I think, on aggregate. 2019, you lost to Tottenham, which is pretty disgusting. Then 2020. Then 2020, who did they lose to in 2020?
Leon.
Sterling tax. I guess you could say Sterling. You could say Sterling tax. Then 2021, obviously, not playing a DM in a final. That was crazy to me. Not playing like Fernandinho Rodri in that final. Yeah. But again, I can't just say the guy's a failure at City because he hasn't won the Champions League. That's what he was brought there for. No doubt. But at the same time, though, Manchester City best ever successful era since they were founded is under Pep Guardiola.
Bro, Wilton, you can't say he was brought in to win the CL, no doubt, and then say he wasn't a failure.
How is he a failure though? Like based
bro,
on
he was brought in for that.
No, but based on success, how is he a failure?
The fact is, if any other manager was given, even if Pellegrini and Mancini were given the same amount that Pep would spend, and the fact that like he's going to spend another 100 million on Grealish. And then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's if he doesn't win a CL, he's amazing. He's the GOAT. He's gonna spend another 100
million." Why is it only with Pep we say he has to win the CL? Why don't we ever say that about Mourinho? That Mourinho
but Wilson, you're ignoring what people have been saying again and again. This man has spent more than any manager.
Mourinho has spent more money in his career than Pep Guardiola. You know that, right?
But Jose has a Champions League with Porto. He has a Champions League with Inter.
He's had a longer career though.
Yeah, Mourinho's been around longer.
And also,
Five years.
But also the point though is, okay, we want to bring in, because this is about Pep, we want to bring in Mourinho. He's won a UCL with FC Porto and Inter Milan.
Porto had pedigree. They already had European pedigree. They won the CL.
But I repeat, he won it with Porto and Inter Milan.
Okay. Do you want me to reveal the last time Porto won it before Mourinho?
And the first Italian treble, by the way.
Yeah, so my thing though
I'm
is
not
that
saying Pep is greater than Mourinho, but I'm saying why is it only with Pep? If he doesn't win the CL, it's a failure. But with Mourinho, after 2012, he's been completely relevant in the CL.
Nobody ever calls Mourinho the greatest manager of all time. No one does. But the whole point of this was that
you don't.
No, most people. Yeah, that's me. Am I everyone? No. Most people call this guy on this screen here the GOAT and the best manager of all time. So what we now say, okay, if he's the GOAT, how is it that he's only had success in the Champions League?
I never said he's the GOAT.
He's only had success in the Champions League with that Barcelona team, specifically with Messi, because we all know what Messi is. So we can't ignore the fact of, like, again, back to our original thing is how much of that success was Pep and how much of it was, oh, you just had these amazing players. Because the Champions League is what truly tests you. Yes, it's great winning your league and so forth, but at the end of the day, based on the amounts of money that you are allowed to spend and you have spent for Man City, it's insane. This is over subsequent transfer windows. It's insane.
Wilton, I have a question, bro. So you said you don't see Pep as one of the GOATs, right?
No,
the GOAT. The GOAT. You don't see him as the GOAT.
No.
So and you can I confirm that you don't also see Uncle Mo as the GOAT?
No.
So who is it? No. Who is it for you?
No, to me personally, right? I don't think there's a greatest manager because
that's a
listen. The reason why I'm saying that because there's international too into it. Del Bosque won a Champions League and a World Cup and a Euro, but we don't say he's the greatest manager of all time. Beckenbauer won the European Cup with Bayern Munich and the World Cup, but we don't ever say he's the greatest of all time. But managers like Mourinho and Pep and Fergie spend their entire life and club career, but we say they're the greatest of all time. That's why I can't really say there's the greatest manager of all time, because why don't we ever say what you would call it, Del Bosque as the greatest manager of all time when he did it in club career and international career? Why don't we say that? The guy won a World Cup, a Euro, and the Champions League. So why don't we ever say that? But when it comes to Pep, Mourinho, Fergie, everybody always says, "Oh, they're the greatest manager."
So who would you say then? If there was a nuke to your head, who would you say?
I'll say Zidane 3 in a row.
Oh, God.
My
Don't speak on bias ever again. Don't say a word about bias ever again.
Regular programming.
Look at it.
No, Wilson.
Lost Blanco stacks.
No.
How many managers have won 3
Wilson, I don't
Lost
care.
Blanco
This is about Pep. Back to Pep. So who wants to speak about what was Pep?
I did.
Zima.
Okay. I just wanted to say first and foremost, Pep's league success, although it's great and although that he's totally dominated the Premier League, by no stretch of the imagination can I remember a while ago people were really saying that he's outperformed Sir Alex Ferguson in the Premier League. And which I kind of find it odd because all you're naming his record, you're not mentioning the fact that this guy has adapted to different eras, Sir Alex Ferguson, and he's had to deal with different teams and how to adjust his game.
Speak on it.
So in that aspect, I don't think he's anywhere near him in the Premier League.
Wait, I think they mean dominance in the short period he's been in. I think that's what they mean.
Yeah. No. But even the short period dominance, you can't compare that to a person who's dominated the league in like 26 years.
We done three-peats. He done 2 3-peats.
Yeah, but I mean, points, the playing style, the way he beats up teams. Like, has Fergie done that in the same peak?
2 3-peats the treble, man. Like, there's not even.
He's won like 13 league titles. Like, he's absolutely dominated the Premier League, bro, in different eras. Yeah, so I can't see that. So for me, in terms of Pep at Man City, he's accomplished great things, but at the same time, when it comes to the Champions League aspect, he's been questionable, and it's the majority of the time, like against Lyon, against Chelsea. The reason why his team would get knocked out is because of his tactical switches, because he overthinks. it's not down to the quality of the players as much as it's down to his logic. Like if you look at the Lyon game, you would notice that these players didn't know what they were doing, that they changed up the tactic from the previous round, and it kind of felt like the players were lost. If you look at the Chelsea game, the fact that you didn't play with the proper CDM, even though you had him on the bench, the fact that you didn't play with a striker and you knew you needed to switch to a striker, considering how deep Chelsea were defending, it's down to him. It's solely down to him in the Champions League. So for me, he deserves those criticism. It's not the fact that these players weren't good enough to win it. At the end of the day, it's your tactical setup that puts these players in positions to win it. And I felt like that Chelsea game was disgusting. His tactics were full of flaws. So for me, when it comes to Chelsea, he's definitely dominated in terms of his competition he has. He's definitely set a trend, and for Man City to carry on in terms of just how dominant he was. But I don't think it's been a full success, even though I don't think he's been a complete failure. But yes, he has spent a lot of money, and he should be delivering the champion. That's what's expected of you. That's what's expected of Man City. When you spend this amount of money, you have this amount of talent, you're expected to bring a UCL. That's the name of the game. When Real Madrid were in their dominance, remember when Real Madrid were getting dominated by Barcelona, and they had the expectations of winning the UCL, and that was expected of them. It's because they were one of the best teams. And then you also have the Bayern Munich side. That's the expectation. When you dominate your league like that, you're expected to do well in the Champions League.
That was so badly timed. That was so badly timed.
Yeah, that was horrible timing, bro.
Horrible.
Gotta work on that. But yeah. That's all I would say.
So see, but I think we're now getting towards the realization that we have to separate the word coach and the word manager. And I think that calling Pep a great coach, I'm all with you. Calling him a great manager, nah. Because that's why I've always said the whole thing, like, what could Pep do with Scunthorpe? Obviously Scunthorpe is an extreme example, but the idea is if you don't have guys who can pass the ball well, keep the ball well, don't have the kind of technical mechanics with the ball and so forth, can he still succeed with those players? No. Again, it goes back to the Fergie point. The team that Fergie had in '99 is totally different from the team that he had in 09.
Yeah. So Alex Ferguson last season, yeah, people can say it's Van Persie, but so Alex Ferguson he's in the last season the Premier League with Phil Jones as a centre back. Here's the question of a coach: would Pep Guardiola win any title with Phil Jones as a centre back?
No way, impossible.
To be fair, he won with Otamendi. To be fair.
But Otamendi, no. Okay, use the whole Otamendi thing. How much defending does Otamendi have to do when you have amazing midfielders who can keep the ball?
Yeah, but the same we had for Jones.
That United midfield was like finished. They had like all retiring players.
Otamendi over Phil Jones anyway.
Oh God, bro.
Also,
can
Pep beat Bayern Munich and Real Madrid with Aberdeen?
No.
Oh yeah.
So is Aberdeen tasks?
Yeah, no. Basically, my thing though is that you have to look at what your boy did with FC Porto. You have to look at what guys did with lesser teams, because what proves how you could be a manager is, can you win or can you succeed with an average team or a not so great team? Yeah, hence why, because should we even go even deeper as well? Is Pep better than Benitez?
Let
me explain my point. Let me explain my point. Let me land. The runway is there. The runway is there.
Why can I say Zidane is better than Fergie when Zidane has
Wilton, let me land this plane. Can I land this plane?
Excuse me?
Let
me land this plane.
Why can I say that?
So,
Ala Madrid.
Pep. So it's Pep, and the reason why I bring up Rafa Benitez is for a very simple reason. So Pep Guardiola, the two UCLs you had were with a superpowered Barcelona team with a supernova known as Messi. The league titles we've had and so forth are with super teams. We know how good that Barcelona team is because we know how good that Spain team is. We know how good that Bayern team is because we know about what Heinkes did winning the treble. City,
and the World Cup.
And the World Cup. So, see, City, I'll give you that because, that was a team that didn't really have the pedigree before, although they won the league before. And City is your greatest achievement. But at the end of the day, the amount of money you spent is gargantuan. When you look at that Liverpool team,
how many of those are actually even Pep's players? If you actually look at the times, like a lot of the players that Pep inherited.
That's what I wanted to say as well.
Company, Yaya Torres.
So actually, the amount of money that Pep has spent, most of these titles came from players inherited from Mancini and Pellegrini.
Yeah. He's bought 4 left backs, and he still can't function with one of them.
And 2 keepers.
Exactly. So even the money that he spent.
Let me get easy. Let me get my wrap-up point. So my thing though is what Benitez did in 2005.
This guy, bro,
totally destroys anything Pep has achieved in his entire career. I told you, I'm a moments merchant.
Oh my God.
I'm a moments merchant. What Benitez did in 2005 destroys everything Pep has done in his entire managerial career. Because no. Let me make my point. I believe. What the heck? What? Wait! Whoa!
Who's in space?
Osasuna, are you in space? Okay, first of all, Osasuna, if you're in space, land on the moon and tell me whether there are any footprints there, so I can have verification.
Tell me to say hi. Tell me to say hi.
Yeah. So please tell me if there's any footprints there because I don't believe in the moon landing. So I've always said that.
My God.
I don't. Sue me. So my thing though is I believe that the greatest halftime team talk in the history of football is what Rafa Benitez told those guys at halftime. So either it's the greatest halftime team talk, or he injected them with heroin and drugs. And
I hate to ruin it for you, but he didn't say nothing at halftime. So
excuse me.
It was Gerald. It was Gerald who gave him team talk. But he didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing. But
okay, fine. But he made changes.
Tactically,
that team that we saw in the first half was not the same team because I saw what Steve Finnan and some guys from the road. But the fact that he somehow managed to tactically turn that game around against one of the most talented teams we've ever seen, hence why I have no respect for Kaka, shows me that wait a minute. Pep, it's like no. Hold up.
Talking about
Kaka? Pep. Can I land?
Let him land.
Let me land. So Pep, where's your dud? Where is your dud?
2009 was his dud, bro.
Excuse me.
No, just ask where's your dud. What are you smoke? Wilton.
Get the heck out of here. Wilton, the door is open. Leave. Leave right now.
How was that not his dud when it was his first ever?
Oh, God, quiet.
He cheated. He cheated at Chelsea. That's not done.
No, we need to stop with this cheating stuff, man. They lost.
Wilton, how's it dud? How's it dud with Messi, Iniesta, Xavi, and the team holding won the Euros?
Was Messi the best player in the world doing that?
To be fair, they had failed the last season to win a trophy before that.
Doesn't matter. The talent is there. Wilton, Wilton, how is that dud with the team that Liverpool had against a Milan team?
No, I'm saying it's dud because it was his first season as a manager.
Who cares? Who cares?
And it's biology. Di Matteo is better than Pep too. Then in 2012.
No. Based off of you were 3-0 down. No, my thing is this: the whole pie. It's the team he had. You were in lubrication down, and as good as that Bayern team was, man for man, who is better, that Bayern team or that AC Milan team? Have you seen that AC Milan team?
Bro,
have you looked at that lineup of that team?
Every position world class.
Come on, bro.
Let me ask you this.
Did you
What?
think Barca were gonna do a sex super before that season started? Coming from the trash season they were coming from 2008 after the
I don't care.
08 season.
I don't care. Hassan, what do you want to say? Hassan, what do you want
Yeah, I was
to say?
gonna say, even if you don't add 05 for Benitez, has he ever won a CL with a league with Valencia? Pep, did he ever win a league with Valencia?
Bro,
I think Benitez went back to back. He went with
this whole thing.
Now you're
This whole
bringing
thing.
hypotheticals.
Wait, let him Hassan, let Hassan land. Hassan, say that again.
Yeah.
Hassan, say that again.
I'm just saying,
Dawson, can you mute your mic? Hassan, say that again.
Didn't Benitez win back? Didn't Benitez win back-to-back leagues with Valencia? I'm not.
So, for the live audience, wait, hold on, pipe down. Let me speak. So, live audience. So, Rafa Benitez gave me a UCL dud against Milan, and he gave me back-to-back league titles with freaking
And
Valencia.
he beat Mourinho 05. He didn't
With
concede a
Steven
goal.
Finnan.
So, Pep Guardiola, where is your Valencia La Liga title? Tell me. No. I'm going to say, Pep, where's your Valencia La Liga title? Pep, where is your UCL title with FC Porto?
You do know Valencia.
Pep,
you do
where's
know
your win with
Valencia
Aberdeen?
made two
Where's your win with
Champions League
Aberdeen?
final, right? Before Benitez took over, you do know Valencia made two Champions
Okay,
League.
so what about
Wilson,
what about Claudio Ranieri's win with Leicester City?
Oh God! So we bring hypothetical into this now. So
It's not hypothetical.
It's called dud. It's called dud. It's called management.
That's dud. Surely Claudio Ranieri's dud. This is probably one of the greatest.
What happened to me when that happened?
Ranieri is the greatest dog, but he's because he has such a trash career. It didn't matter.
05 is great start.
No. How can you not also say that for Benitez? Benitez is not going to be remembered like Pep. We're talking about legacy.
Whoa,
This guy
bro.
Benitez doesn't have that legacy, bro.
These guys are forgetting that Valencia was such a good team.
No.
before Benitez took over.
The Bosque actually did a great job.
That's what I'm
with
saying.
him when he
Valencia was
manager.
amazing
he
before
actually made
Benitez
them
got
what
there.
they
So
are.
what are you guys talking about?
Barcelona was also a great team before Pep Guardiola's got. Yeah, they didn't.
How would they were? We
the
destroyed
previous
them in La
season.
Liga, bro. No, we
Wait,
destroyed
so
them.
Ronaldinho. So
No,
Ronaldinho
that was
wasn't a thing.
08,
Ronaldinho
yeah,
was just
No, we weren't as good, bro. We were on the
Hold up, because we can't talk over each other.
Yeah,
I know we can't talk over each other. We have to let each guys to speak. So let me just hit these dubs and we can get back to guys. This is supposed to be a roasting session. You're supposed to be defending this.
Yeah, man, what's going on?
It's a roasting session. So guys, let me just hit these dubs and we'll get back to roasting this guy. So from my dear friend the real Giannis, who says, look, it ain't simple. Yes, it is. He's a fraud. Look, it ain't simple to call a coach a goat. Someone would say Fergie, especially for what he did at Aberdeen. But what about Del Bosque or Henkes or Lippi? No, bro, I give all the credit in the world to Del Bosque because he has the club an international dub. Lippi as well, because I think Lippi won the UCL in '96 with Juventus. I think he was the manager for Juve in '96. And obviously, we also know what he did in the World Cup. Henkes, bro, look at what he did with freaking Bayern, winning that treble. And I think did Henkes win with Real?
He won with Real as well, yeah.
Yeah, 2000.
I think.
Yeah, 98.
98.
Come on. So, but my thing with Pep is, can I have a second UCL with a different team? Until you give me that, these records and so forth, they mean nothing to me because of the teams you have and the money you've spent. So the money you spent and the teams you have, the records and league titles mean zero to me. Give me that UCL based on the players you have and the money you've spent. Your boy MC says Pep is the GOAT because he pimped Chelsea 5-0 LL. MC is a De Bruyne. No. Wait, let me tell you what MC is about.
It's actually six.
MC is a City fan and a De Bruyne apologist. MC, what happened to De Bruyne in the UCL final? He ran into Rudiger's shoulder and he injured himself.
What was that?
This hanger is crazy, man. What the hell?
Guys, you guys are on drugs, man. You guys are on drugs.
Oh, you still
from your boy Shane. Your boy Shane Chuba says, imagine if one club sacked Uncle Moo twice. Shane,
Why are we never going to talk about Uncle Mo? Why?
Listen, this is a pet roast session,
It's never
bro. Come
happening.
on.
I'm biased. Shane, Shane, remind me again who the UCL winners are. Remind me again what happened between you and PSG. Shane, I can easily come for your club right now. So, Shane, you're in the past. We are the current UCL winners, and I need to have some respect. And Shane,
CCL.
respect a manager who's won 2 UCLs with 2 different teams, and he did it dud. Because what's going on, Pep? He beats Pep, who had 11 men against his 10 man, and he got the job done in freaking Camp Nou, one of the greatest dud victories of all time, where Mourinho made his freaking name. So Shane, have some damn freaking respect.
If you did a search on all these hangouts, the most common word would be 2010.
I know, bro.
No. That is the greatest dud victory of all time.
Well, relax.
Barca were about to cheat their way again. They already cheated in 09 against Chelsea. They're about to rob them again.
It's just,
Well,
are you done?
Inter had many
Wait.
decisions.
Let me put this boy. So your boy Mohammed says, thank you for the dog, Mohammed. Mohammed says, put some respect on Bob Paisley. Why? He won 20 trophies in 9 years at LFC, including 6 league titles and 3 Champions Leagues. Mohammed, I will check that to make sure it's true.
What about Nigel Clough? I always hear about him.
Nigel who?
That's that not in the Forest.
Yeah,
he won 2 European Cups.
Wait, back to the whole topic we're talking about.
Wait, hold on. Let me just read this dubs and then we'll get back to it. So, yeah, Mohammed, look, I have all respect for Bob Paisley and so forth, but all I ask of Bob Paisley is, did he ever beat a Barca team with 10 men in a UCL semi? And also, what is Bob Paisley's dud? If you can give me Bob Paisley's dud, then I'll give him the job. And anything is his dud.
He won back to back.
So wait.
Back to back what?
Back
to back European Cups. Relax, man.
But not UCL though.
Easy. Let me get to the board. So what Whimsical Thoughts says. Whimsical Thoughts that the market has been inflated since the Neymar sale to PSG. So talking about money doesn't hold water. But I will never forgive Pep on how he approached that CL final over Chelsea. Arrogance on another level. You see,
what's the question for Klopp? A market has been inflated, okay, but Klopp in an inflated market still is able to win a Champions League with far less spend than Pep has with almost $1 billion. So that's not like
Pep had a better tenure than
I like how guys all of a sudden become like experts in economy and everything.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But
no, it's still much more than most teams in Europe spend.
Back to the topic we're talking about.
Wait, hold on, because I need to finish this dose for them. So, but my thing though, Whimsical Thoughts, in response to the whole thing, cash is cash, money is money, inflation or not, Pep's spending is dwarfing everyone else. So whether you want to bring in inflation or not, the fact of the matter, he is spending at an astronomical rate, and based on how much he is spending and the fact that you've not won the most difficult trophy to win, the Champions League is the most difficult trophy to win, I have to ask questions. I've got to ask questions. But yes, 100%, that's fine now. Again, it goes back to man-to-man marking MSN, the weird tactics against Real Madrid. That's from Pep. Like, Pep lost City, that's final. And that was a final in which they were overwhelming, they were huge favorites. So that's 100% tarnishes his legacy, and it adds fuel to the fire of, was this really Pep's tactics or just you had amazing players at Barcelona? From Kwamu Adu 007, who says, Pep has only managed clubs that were already the best teams in their league. He was never the underdog.
Facts.
Even when he took over Barcelona, yes, they had but it was still a Barcelona team who won the Champions League a few years prior in 06, and it's still Barcelona. So, right, you could
does anyone
a foundation. Was it?
No, sorry, does anyone know? Because I can't remember. Where did Barca finish before Pep arrived in the league?
Third, bro.
Yeah, we finished third.
They were so we won back-to-back La Liga. Barca weren't trophyless in 08. They were so garbage that they had to. They don't know what to do. We pimp slapped them in a Clasico like they were.
Respect.
No, that's the other thing too. It's just. Do you not respect Hansi Flick then? Then he doesn't have a moment of dud. You don't rate that Sextuple then. It's not dud, right?
Why? Which? What do you mean? You mean Flick?
Yeah, Flick. That's not Dodd, right?
Oh, no. Now the thing with Flick though is he took over halfway through the season.
Yes.
Where the team was in complete disarray. So you could argue that it is an element of Dodd based on because Bayern were a total mess. They were even because it's one thing taking over at the end of the season and midway through the season. It's much more difficult where I have no preseason, I have no thing to train.
How many points were they behind? They were how many points
They were
behind
like 10 points,
Dortmund
10
at the
points,
top? Like 10 points behind.
Yeah, bro.
And Dortmund battled it.
Yeah, so there's an element of
So
Dodd
the reason
there,
why
so.
I'm bringing this because you guys keep on saying 09 Messi this. Who the hell was Messi before 09? We know he was a talent.
We all no. Wait, hold up. Because let me just hit this job and I want to respond to that. So MT says that 05 final was scandalous. Third goal doesn't count. How does third goal doesn't count?
Listen. It's not Barcelona's fault that Henry missed a one-on-one, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That's your boy. You need to get your boy. You need to talk to your legend first and foremost.
That 05 is clean, by the way. Stop.
No. The 05 is clean. No. The 05, unfortunately, it's clean.
Yeah, because of Eto. It's not
respect the invincibles. Respect the invincibles.
Wait. Let me respond to Red Devil's points.
5 meters.
So let me respond to the Wilson's points. Wilson, people say, Messi. When we first saw Messi, we knew he was going to be the next big thing.
Did we know?
So even, bro, when we first saw Messi, we all knew that. Because I remember me and my brother, when we first saw Messi, was like, can you really be the best with a name like Messi? Because the name didn't really have the kind of success that a Maradona or a Barcelona have. But we knew that based on this guy's ability, this guy was next level. No, come on, guys. Of course.
Hey, I know
Messi didn't sound like a
go and analyst now.
I would love to see this guy do a hangout after Messi and be like, how good is he really? He's not gonna he's a pace merchant.
No. Z-Man, the first question is 09 HH in a hangout. It's like, how good Messi is? How good is he really with the name Messi?
You guys are overrating a pace merchant. What?
No. Honestly speaking, when I first
passed the eye test,
but he did. No.
I'm sorry, he just kicks the ball. That's all he does.
It's only 5 letters in his last name.
No. See, you laugh though. When I first saw Messi, I was like, oh no, this guy is different. So bro, it's a question of.
You said that a lot about other players, bro.
No.
Was the next big thing.
No,
everyone knew Messi was that dude, man. I'm giving Pep no credit.
Did you ever give a Messi a nickname?
Oh no! I never.
This was before his nickname days. Before he got the curse.
Bro, this as I told you, 09.
This is when he had an afro.
Yeah.
Yes, 09. I was unemployed in 09. Like 09, I was like on the streets begging. So
wait, HH.
Yes. Talk.
In 2009, how old are you?
I'm not going to reveal my age, so I don't know what you're talking
early
about.
60s.
Stan, I like that question. You try to expose him right there. I love that question.
Yeah.
So Karen, I'm not revealing my age, but yes, carry on.
He's 47.
Yeah. Basically, back in 07, 08, I was old enough to know that yes, Messi, this guy was there for the next dude. So you giving Pep credits for Messi is being disrespectful to the talents that Messi was. Now Pep helped him, he assisted him, but I'm sorry, I'm not saying that. Oh my gosh, without Pep, Messi would have been a nobody. No, that's a lie. This guy was dribbling past guys, taking guys on, messing guys up under Rijkaard. Okay, because remember, how did Messi even come into the fray? The players went to Rijkaard and said, yo, this kid, bring him into our freaking team. Because they saw how good he was in training, and they went to Rijkaard and said, no, you're Frank, bro. This guy can play with us. Because this guy is different.
It was the Juve game that really sold it, because the Juve manager at the time, Capello, was like, yo, can I get this guy on loan? Let me have him. We're willing to pay you any amount. He actually came up to him. Frank Rijkaard had to tell him, nah, he's a part of the team. He was actually about to get loaned to Espanyol until he actually put in the performance. And they were like, nah, this guy's this guy has to stay in the squad.
Wasn't it under Rijkaard that Messi scored that? You know the goal that he has, which is like identical to Maradona's.
Yeah.
Was it under Rijkaard?
Yeah.
Yes, at that point, bro, you knew he was a talent. So
Yeah, we knew, like, there's like people say, like, when we first saw Messi, it's like when we saw Neymar in Santos and that goal that went viral on Twitter. We're like, oh, you just know when a guy has arrived, and it's about, okay, now what could this guy potentially do? So you just know these things. So look back to Pep and clowning this dude. My thing now is this: where do we now stand? Because this guy, because what happens if he gets Kane, he gets Grealish, and he doesn't deliver?
Nine figures.
Spend another billion. Spend another billion.
Figures. That's 9 figures.
Spend another billion and another
9 figures.
Another recession, bro.
That's more than some people's life savings. So,
oh my god.
So we are now at $1 billion.
He's
No,
already
we're
at
going
$1
to
billion.
2 billion, bro.
If he buys Grealish, he's already at $1 billion spend.
Yeah,
No, he's at 900. No, he's at 918 million right now.
Let's just round it off, bro. Let's be honest.
If he does get
Grealish,
Grealish is gonna be 100 pounds. So is he gonna?
Yeah,
get
we're round number merchants.
Is he gonna get Kane?
Probably not gonna get.
Is he gonna get Harry Kane too? Because I don't hear any reports.
He's probably not gonna get Kane. I think that's not gonna happen.
But they need a number 9. Like, does Pep not know? They need a number 9 more so.
Of course, he doesn't know. Why the hell would he not
be
two strikers last season then?
HH, be honest. Would you credit? I personally, I'd say, well done. You won the Champions League, and in Wikipedia, it wouldn't say you spent this amount of money. It would say you're the UCL. Sorry, you get me.
YSK, no. YSK, you're
no, you want to correct.
YSK, YSK, no. Stop. Get that CCL crap out of your stinking brain and stinking mouth.
Bro, you exposed yourself as well, so
Okay.
I'm just getting caught up in it. But would you credit him if he goes over that Billy mark? Would you credit him? Bearing in mind, it's in the space of 6 years it will be. Say he wins it next season, this season. Sorry, would you credit him?
No. No.
Wow. What does he have to do for you to credit him, HH?
Nothing. He's messed up. He's messed up,
bro. I think he's already messed. Yeah.
No, basically.
But I'm not saying he's not.
See, my thing, Pep screwed himself in this moment that we're looking at right now on the screen. Because you see, I was scared. That is why I was so happy. Because nothing gives me more joy than my narratives coming true.
What? Your club won the Champions League, and you're happy about that?
Here's the thing, I'm weird. You have to understand that you're dealing. My nickname is that I'm the narrative merchant. Of course, I'm happy that Chelsea won, and this is the beast I got. But the real core are my narratives. I never want Pep to win the Champions League. I never want Messi or Cristiano to win the World Cup. These are very key, important narratives that are very important to me. They're so important to me, it's actually unhealthy. It's unhealthy, and how important these narratives are to me. Because my thing is that, Pep, you messed up. The moment you didn't win this UCL, which could have made it very awkward for me and my Mourinho narrative, it's now created a situation for me to be like, you know what, bro? How do you now win a UCL and I acknowledge you? Because what Pep always does is that whenever I lose, I go crazy and I spend. Because this goes back to the whole Bayern thing. So if you now win the UCL after getting Kane and Grealish, your spend is now $1 billion. Why should I credit you?
Because one,
why?
You're not objective, and plus two, Wikipedia, we're just gonna pull up and say he has 3 CR more than.
I don't care. Screw Wikipedia.
You're a Wikipedia.
No. For this discussion, screw Wikipedia. For this discussion in particular, screw Wikipedia. Because my thing is that you know that you can edit Wikipedia.
Yeah,
so when they do it, I'm going to press edit and says after spending $1 billion and cheating in the owner. So trust me, and I will keep on re-editing it so people know.
Wait,
it's Wikipedia. So I will edit with Wikipedia to add in the asterisk and say, after spending $1 billion plus, which means that how good is he really when he spends more than anyone in history?
See, with the whole money thing, me, Red Devil, and United fans, we can back up Fergie because of the longevity and him just spending that 500 million. Bro, you don't want me to say Uncle Moose.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
You
I'm
don't want
saying,
me to say the
Wisely.
number,
That's what
bro.
I'm saying, bro.
Oh, okay.
Mourinho
Oh,
has
no,
spent
no,
more
no.
money.
Wise scale. No, okay. Oh, no, no. Wise scale. Feel free to say it. Do you know how I'll respond?
God,
No, I know. You're gonna say
Two-
Dud. You're gonna say Dud. You're gonna say
Thank
Dud.
you. Thank you.
2010.
Two UCLs with two different teams, 2010 and FC Porto. So,
But
anything.
just for reference, he spent 1.5 billion, and Pep's current total expenditure is 1.3 billion.
Now, 1.5 according to who?
Transfer market.
And how many times was he forced to buy players he didn't want? Several times.
He's purchased. Mourinho's purchased 380 players, and Pep has brought 206.
So no, but my thing though is there were players for me. I believe that every player that Pep has bought, they're fully his. Did he really want Pogba? Did he really want Lukaku and so forth? I've heard stories.
Is that also sorry? Is that also net spend, by the way? Because even that's not including net spend, i.e. the players that he's sold and let go to generate.
No, this is pure expenditure. This is
gross
just,
expenditure. Because if you go back to the thing, even though Sir Alex Ferguson spent 550 million according to Sky, like he spent in 26 seasons, the expenditure that they saw was 300 million. So actually, Sir Alex Ferguson's net spend over that 26 season period was actually just over 200 million. Whereas if you look at City's gross spend has been right now 980 million, again according to Johnson Market, but then net spend is still about 670 million because he's only sold in revenue about 250 million. So I would imagine that that especially because with a lot of Pep's players, he doesn't tend to, even though he spends a lot, he doesn't tend to sell to generate revenue for the teams that he's in because he's building these squads. Mourinho probably has a lesser net spend, given seeing the players that he's lets go and sold than Pep Guardiola, even though he probably has a higher gross spend. If that makes any sense.
So okay.
Merchant, man. Economic merchant.
Thank you. Okay, so okay. No, my thing though is where do we truthfully rank Pep as a manager? Like 2021, after the events of that UCL final, where are we ranking him? Because again, where we would have ranked him.
Wait. Can I have my say on Pep?
My gosh. I'm sorry. Go for it, bro. Go for it, man.
Okay, so here's the thing about Pep Guardiola. When to put any other manager, right? Pick a manager from any top club right now, put them in Pep Guardiola's job at Man City. What would they do? They would most likely win the league, right? Like I bet money that the next manager, whether it was Nagelsmann, whether it was Zidane, whether it was even Pochettino, I bet money on him to win the league with Man City. I wouldn't even doubt a Champions League success, perhaps. So we're having this thing where, at Manchester City, he's expected to win these league titles because of all this money he spent, as we were saying. But it also goes like, the longer you are at the team, you should be winning gradually bigger trophies until you get to the Champions League, right? It's not like it's kind of why managers don't last so long, which is why actually Ferguson was one of the only managers to do so. So when you have the first season, it's all right. Just your first season, see what you do. Second season, now we expect you to win the league. He did win the league. Good stuff. The next season is when you start expecting more and more and more. And eventually you will go to the Champions League. Now, the third season, you didn't win the Champions League. You got knocked out by Tottenham, which was in a sort of unlucky fashion. But every team, Zidane won 3 in a row. He never complained about his unlucky things because he won. Man City only complained because they lose, yes? So now, when you have that third season, you still won the league. In that fourth season, he only won the League Cup. You know that a second place finish, a quarterfinal loss to Lyon in the Champions League, that gets you sacked at Real Madrid. That's literally what Carlo Ancelotti did. He got sacked by Real Madrid after coming second and losing in the semifinals to Juventus. Like, it's because of the name and what he did at Barcelona. It's this the whole narrative of him being the greatest, and because Manchester City fans were so happy with him winning the league those 2 seasons before, where it was like, hey, we're still gonna keep this guy, and yeah, sure, everyone thought after that 5-2 loss against Leicester or something he'd be sacked, but no, they kept him and he managed to win the league again. But that's still the fact that Champions League after 5 seasons, and it's not like he's been losing to like big teams here. First season Monaco, we've all brought up these teams a million times, right? But when you look at some of the worst ones, like Lyon last season, you have no business losing against. The season before that, Tottenham, like, that's not a good side. That side got lucky to even be in the final because I don't know how they got through against Ajax. That these are not great teams. The Chelsea, even, they were like a mess 6 months prior, right? Or even 5 months prior, they were a total mess. And you have a manager who just comes in and says, hey, I'm going to now take you and win the Champions League. Pep is the best manager right now. So how can you ever say that he was the greatest of all time?
You make it, for me, that's annoying. I mean, the Tuchel point is key because the Tuchel point is similar to the Heinkes point.
Sorry, HH, can you bring up Shane Schubert's recent comments?
Oh God,
the flip 1-6. Can you please bring that up, please? Because it's.
Is it this one?
Yeah. I don't disagree.
No, that is facts. 100% facts.
That's facts.
This guy left Milan and they qualified for
maybe Cole's found his team. Maybe he found his team. Maybe he found his team.
I mean, this is definitely a testimony to being the greatest team of all time. They can do it with the core.
Maybe he's not gonna leave Bayern after.
He's a German citizen, so of course he'll support Bayern.
Yeah, bro, I know.
Pep begging Cole to be a City fan, man. Pep begging Cole to be City, like, man. How much can I give you to support the City?
No, he said his new club is gonna be Manchester City. Don't worry.
No. I hope it's Chelsea.
Bro, I pray it's Chelsea.
If Chelsea make it,
if Core goes to Chelsea, expect this channel to die in 5 months.
I know you're don't
the second division. Bro.
No. You see, forget. You see, Wilton, scrap what I just said.
Wait, HH, bring up Core's comment.
Oh gosh, Core is here. Wait, what did he say? He said, "Bro, I shared videos to Bayern players." What the heck? Oh Jesus!
What videos were those, bro? What videos were those?
Yeah, cool. You need to specify.
Yeah, okay, you need to.
Actually, you know what? Don't specify.
Actually, yeah.
Don't do it.
We don't need that type of stuff, man. God only knows what he shares with those guys.
Kids watch the show.
Mine were under duress because Cole was sending videos. They were under duress. They were blackmailed by Cole.
Right? He was showing them pictures of their house, bro. He's threatening them.
Go.
So basically, Lewandowski will not be the best player in the world.
When you're done and finished.
Hashtag Cortex, bro.
Can you join Nasarawa United or Kano Plus in the Nigerian Premier League? That's better. Can you join Nasarawa United or Kano Plus in the Nigerian Premier League?
Join Chelsea, bro, please.
Relax.
No.
Don't feel it. It's too young.
No. This is so. When did Cole become a Bayern fan? That's key because see, my thing is, Wilton, ignore what I said about Dodd is him doing this for Kovac. The fact that he won 6 trophies while Cole was a fan, that is Dodd. Because Cole is a walking jinx. You think I'm a jinx?
No,
this dude is a walking jinx.
Look at Germany.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, look at Germany. I'll support Germany now, not Ghana.
Look at AC Milan. Look at Dortmund. I mean, this guy has been.
The moment he left Milan, they qualified for the Champions League the first time in 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. He's the first fan to go from Dortmund to Bayern, bro. That's never happened in the history of football.
Oh man.
Or something else.
You see, like it's like whenever like I go to like let's say like other places, so I say like wait a minute, you run like what kind of football channel do you run where there are guys who support? It's like how do you run a channel where guys openly support?
Bro, this all started from Juju, man, for being honest, bro. This all started from
it did a degree of difficulty from AC Milan to Borussia Dortmund to Bayern Munich. Next is gonna go to Manchester United.
Oh man.
It's a Juju
Wait, guys,
tax,
keep talking.
bro.
I spilled my drink. Keep talking, man. Keep talking.
No, bro. Juju man went from Real Madrid to PSG.
Juju man was just different,
Real
especially
Madrid
that.
to
20
He supported Real Madrid. He supported Real Madrid.
Like, remember that? Remember that 2019
basically,
season?
Liverpool ruined him.
No, that 2019
No,
season.
he supported Real Madrid until they lost 4-0 to Barca, and then Madrid went on to win the three-peat.
No. The wild thing is Juju man was like, man, I don't believe Messi can handle physicality. All it took was one game against Man United for this guy to change his whole tone and say, he's a goat.
Wait, Cole. Can you confirm in the chat if you supported Real Madrid or not? Because that
Nah, he never did. Core, please, just stay with
Core,
Bayern.
come to City. City is wide open for you, bro.
That
No,
2019
Chelsea.
season, right? Every single team that Juju man picked to win in the Champions League and the knockout, they all lost. They all lost.
Did. Yeah.
there's no
They
limit to
all
Cole. There is no limit to Cole. He changed his nationality, bro. Like, why are you surprised he changed his
Juju man is a walking jinx. But that
If Bayern don't win the CL, I'm waiting for Chelsea
Bro,
goal as well.
bro,
I am waiting for Chelsea
Go, please.
Core
I have
is
a-
fantastic, bro.
You don't
guys,
come
guys,
anywhere
guys.
near this
Guys,
club.
You know the
I
whole
have a club
BD.
for you.
You know the
and
whole
I'm begging
BD
you,
Cole thing.
please. Go,
You know the whole,
please.
you know his name when he was called.
Go.
Wait. So yeah, why is
You know when he was called BD Cole? Was that Borussia Dortmund Cole? Or-
Yes.
Oh my
It's called
god.
Barca Core
Oh
before
my
that as well, bro.
No, because my thing is that like so see, do you know who started this? It was Juju man. Juju man was the first guy because Juju man. I think Juju man, every time a team messed up, he'd just go to another team. Then they would mess up, he'll then go to another team. And I don't think Juju man has actually ever been successful. So he's been hopping to teams for them to succeed or win the UCL, and they've always failed. So it's like and what I said to guys is a core like
No.
Core, go back to Barcelona.
No.
He needs to go
We're probably
to
gonna
Chelsea.
get relegated if he comes, bro. You never know. No, I can't.
he needs to go to United.
I can't have that, bro.
No, he doesn't need to go to
We
United.
don't have enough space.
Or go to
We
Chelsea.
don't respectfully, of course, we don't, you know.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
See, despite Nigeria's broken my heart a lot of time, I've never seen a human being literally disorganized and disoriented this country and said, I disown Ghana and I moved to Ghana. Like, what the heck?
Technically, Ford is trans international, bro. He's transnational. He's transnational.
Look, Shane. Wait, look, Shane. If you know what's good for you, find a way of getting Core as far away from Germany as possible. If you want your country the best chance to see what's up at the World Cup, man.
Guys, you remember that stream when like Core started referring to when we were talking about Germany and he was saying like what we're gonna do in the
like the guy, he's mad. The guy's mad, man. But look, this channel breeds some mad people.
The guy starts to support Germany, and they immediately lose their first game against England.
Yeah, he's a walking jinx. You think he's a walking jinx? So, from your boy, it's a bus stop who says Pep's first UCL is from a dodgy ref versus Chelsea. No, it's bus stop. It's a referee who got paid. Barcelona and UEFA paid the referee because for some strange reason they didn't want a Chelsea United final 2 years in a row. Wait, guys, do you know how
Bro,
sick
you
that
guys
is?
would have lost. We saved
Do you know
you
how
time, bro.
sick that's? Oh, shut
You
up!
guys
Chelsea would have
lost
beaten
to Man
United.
United, bro.
Chelsea would have beaten United in the
No,
fourth final.
We saved you
Chelsea
time.
would have
I
beaten
blame
United in
London
the
Blues.
final.
I blame London Blues for
Flip
2011.
again, bro. So let's
I blame
let's
London Blues for 2011 because we would have lubricated them in that final, but they couldn't get the job done against Barca.
No. You mean 09?
09.
Yeah, sorry, 09. Yes.
No, Chelsea would have beaten because based off the revenge. Vengeance is a powerful thing. Based off the vengeance would have been too strong. And also,
No.
It was with 10 men. You got Drogba sent off. No, the referee was paid. Zeman, you paid the referee. Own it.
Beautiful referee,
Zeman,
man.
own
I
it.
respect
Zeman,
the
own it.
referee.
Oh, screw that bastard. Screw that
It's
prick.
about winning. It doesn't matter.
Pause.
So, oh yeah, sorry, like bad that's bastard or whatever. Like I don't know. Okay, wait, what do you say? Because you can't say the S word or the F word. So what do you say? Naughty referee. Like, look, you got.
Stop.
It's already too late.
You can't say this. You can't say anything because I can't say the F word because that's yeah. Okay, look, MC. Look, no offense to people like whatever you do. Okay, okay. Look, MC says, LL. We rise in December when Chelsea dropped to Europa. MT. We are the UCL winners. Did you just see the goal that Hazard scored? Once we hopefully get Haaland, MT, we're coming for all the Infinity Stones. Don't hate. From my main man, King Gambani, what up, baby? Remember, I'll see you Monday night for our very hilarious members hangout. So, King, I'll see you on Monday. So he says, Pep is a fraud. Limolena and Mount stopped him. Shake my head. Can we just wait? Because have we really truly dissected that UCL final?
No, it was garbage.
No, really. Have we dissected? Because my thing though is, how did Pep lose to a team that had Timo Werner, a team that didn't actually have a striker?
3 times.
3 times. But you know what? You can almost
like 3 times is not. It's like a pattern now. It's not a coincidence.
Well, didn't Oli beat him 2 or 3 times in one season?
Yeah, but Oli already had his number anyway. So,
yes, but my thing though is that look, you were strong favorites in that team, and let's keep it real. The fact that Chelsea won that thing is amazing. Hence why I call it dud. I call it dud. All right, I don't care. Chelsea have done 2 dud UCLs, beating Bayern in their own home ground in 2012, and this
you have one UCL. This one is CCL.
Yeah, no. It's a freaking UCL. But my thing though is that, guys, like we have to go in on Pep, because what is to say that in 09 and 2011 he didn't do anything? He just said, "Yo, guys, just go and play." Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, figure it out. No, City without Messi, without Iniesta, without Xavi, these amazing generational players for the position, you now have to do proper coaching and managing and tactics. And once you did it, you screwed your team over. You messed them over. So
can I go on this?
So my thing is that when you look at that freaking UCL final, and this is the key point that we're now coming into right now, guys. I think we have to take away those 2 UCL titles.
What?
I didn't stutter. See, this, like a story where we reach like it's a twist. This is the twist.
Like I know this was supposed to rose.
As a United fan, I absolutely agree with you.
This is the twist
to you, bro.
Can I land?
Wait, if you're gonna take it away, does that mean that Fergie gets the titles?
No, relax. We're now.
We'll give it. So Fergie has 4.
I need my 2 UCL Fergie.
Fergie has 4 UCLs now.
Fergie has 4 UCLs.
My thing, the reason why I want to take away his 2 UCLs is because when we now look at the large sample size, hence why we have to go through this chronologically. When we now look at the large sample size, the fact is we now have to look at Barcelona with new eyes. In 2009 and 2011, we were looking at potentially one of the greatest managers of all time. Most definitely his generation. In 2021 now, we now see to ourselves that, wait a minute. Maybe this guy didn't manage. He was just entering at the right exact time with the right exact team. Who is to say if a different manager came, they couldn't have done the other thing? And I thank you for, and I wrote it down, Luis and Enrique. You see, What would have added weight to Pep's 2 UCLs is, hey, no one could do what I did. 2015, Luis Enrique, who, let's keep it real, isn't this super manager.
No, but
you can say
you
no. You can say no. I don't know. No. Let me land. MSN. Okay. People can say MSN.
You said Nemo
all
is
he
a
wants.
generational talent.
You can no. You can say MSN all you want. You can say MSN all you want. Fact of the matter is, did that MSN team have pick Javi or pick Iniesta? No,
God, bro.
It didn't. So the fact about the fact that Luis Enrique, no, not only did he win a treble, that treble was far more convincing than that robbery in 09. I'm sorry. That's only.
God, this is where the Chelsea agenda begins.
No. Guys, I'm sorry. What is a cleaner treble? 09 or 2015? Z-Man, what's a cleaner treble right now? 09 or 2015?
No,
Speak, talk.
Me,
oh my God! Wait, how did you find that? Oh, you
expose yourself this way.
I don't know this. Wait, who's that? I don't know who that is.
I don't think he even recognized himself without shading.
Can he grow up? He doesn't change it.
It took a minute to realize that was him.
It's Thomas Shades, man. See, this is the part where we're wearing this stupid shades. I don't know. That's not me. That's not me. That's not me. I don't care that. That's not me.
I don't see the afro.
Z-Man, talk. That's not me.
No. If you're gonna say that, then we shouldn't count the 2012. How convincing was that? If we're gonna be honest, your win wasn't convincing. And if we're gonna look back at it, Jose Mourinho did it at Porto. But what did he do after? He couldn't do it with Spurs. He couldn't build the team.
Are you skipping 2010 intentionally? Are you skipping 2010 intentionally?
Okay. Where's he at right now?
Wow,
Where's he at right now, bro?
I don't care. Where he's at right now.
That's my point.
All roads lead to 2010.
Take away trophies.
Z-Man,
No. If you're gonna go back in
Europa
time,
League.
My problem is if you're gonna go back in time, we could look at certain things funny because of where they are at right now. To me, that to me makes no sense. We're basing him based on his Bayern Munich accomplishment and his Man City accomplishment. You can't take away 2009 because it was his first managerial and everyone was criticizing him.
Can I respond?
You can't take away 2011 because he totally dominated that final. What do you want him to do?
Can I respond?
He actually dominated it. Yeah.
Can I respond? Z-Man. That was a beautiful, amazing soliloquy there because you're very eloquent the way that you put your stuff across. So you 100%, you're like this amazing Harvard. What's it called? What's the name of that? Like Stanford, whatever. I don't know. But look, Z-Man, all because you can use big words doesn't mean you're right. Okay, so the quality of the team.
Oh my God.
That Pep had has to be taken into account.
Then we don't.
Let me land. So, FC Porto, fruit sellers, carpenters, plumbers, substitute teachers. He took a bunch of substitute teachers, mechanics, and picture sellers, and gave them the UCL.
Even though they have European
Inter Milan had never won the UCL before.
They have 2 Champions League. They have 3 in history. What are you talking about, bro?
It's Inter Milan.
Yeah, they have 3 Champions League. They have 3. They have 3 Champions League.
They had never won. They never won the Champions League before 2010.
They have 3 Champions League, bro, in history.
They had never won the Champions League.
They have 3. Google it up. They have 3 Champions League.
Champions League.
Oh, you talking
I said
about
2010.
Oh, you're talking about the new
Yes.
Okay, I guess.
Yes, thank you.
For your agenda,
Never.
I guess.
So how great is Pep's achievements with Barca really if they'd already won it previously before with Rijkaard? So how special was it? That's the first thing. And the first thing is that I'm sorry, I've got to take away those 2 medals. The reason I'm going to take them away is because we've not seen him to the front that he is. We've not seen that.
Okay.
No. You were lucky. You were lucky.
Can we take Luis Enrique?
Can I?
Okay, I'll come to you. Okay, Wilton and then so Ablaki. Wilton, what do you want?
Can we take Luis Enrique medal then? That doesn't count too. 2015. And Zidane medal don't count too, right?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
It's unspendability.
So the reason why I can't take away. See, the thing with Luis Enrique is I've always said this and I've said this many times. I've never fully acknowledged Luis Enrique's because you had MSN. Zidane, I'm sorry. 3 Champions Leagues back to back in a row, that's too much.
No, so we
That's
don't
too
count
much.
Luis Enrique. Okay.
What do
We
you
count
mean that's
Zidane, but
too
Luis
much?
Enrique
Yeah,
doesn't
you
count.
gotta
Luis
you
Enrique
can't go
doesn't
all the
count
way
then,
to the
right?
past, bro, and
So
try to
it's
take away
by your
trophies from
logic,
players.
Luis Enrique does not count then, right?
I've always said that. I've never
Okay,
acknowledged
okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, I've never acknowledged his
You know,
as long as people
Zidane's three-peat is actually crazy because I want to know how much that dude actually spent during that three-peat.
He certainly didn't spend $1 billion.
Bro,
Yeah, he didn't.
Bro,
He didn't
it was the same.
Bro,
It was the same freaking team for 3
actually
years.
insane.
It was
Insane.
No. In fact, he lost players. So
Yeah,
remember,
he lost. He was
lost
banned.
Di Maria in 24. In the thing is, so he actually. So look, no, I don't care what anyone says. We've not really given Zidane. The reason why we don't is because people don't want to accept it. Forget Pep. Screw this bald fraud that we look at right now. The other bald dude. I'm sorry, that achievement beats what this freaking guy has done.
Okay, then why can't we say he's the greatest manager of all time then?
Because that's smoking crack. That's going too far.
3 in a row. How many
No, it's
managers have won
nah, it's
3 in
going
a
too.
row? Oh,
I
it's
need
going too
a
far.
larger sample size.
Oh.
You can do that.
Okay.
I
What
need a
if
larger
Zidane
sample
wins the
size.
World Cup? What if Zidane wins the World Cup?
No. Wait. See, we're saving that topic for another Sunday because we're going to do a great manager of all time debate. We're going to save that for another one. Let's continue to clown this dude called Pep.
That's gonna get violent. It's gonna get violent.
So the thing about bro, I have a great Fergie argument because I am going to denounce Fergie for that debate. So it's just I need Fergie to clown this dude. So I'm playing nice with Fergie.
This is not gonna have any common sense with it. It's just gonna be It's gonna be like because he's Scottish. Because he's Scottish.
No. So my thing with Pep though is, I'm sorry guys, can we just be honest? Now that we're now at almost approaching 4 hours. My God, Pep, we gave you 4 hours and we will just scratch the surface. Now we're getting towards the 4 hour mark. Let's go back. How much percentage do we give Pep for 09 and 2011?
None. Messi tax.
Yeah, I say 90% Messi.
Can I say
Messi? Why not the whole team? Or like,
they said 90% Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets.
But you know what? I've got to agree with Zeman. I've got to agree with Zeman because it's like
you said Abdullah was going to give some to speak.
Sorry, Abdullah, talk. Abdullah, talk.
HH, you see, this is where the problem is. Because I remember very well the 2009, 2011 when Pep Guardiola won that UCL. See, I won't discredit what a manager has won in a club. But you can't put Pep Guardiola as the GOAT because if I look very clearly, what he spent in Manchester City is we have to talk about that because Roberto Mancini and Pellegrini came in and they both won the Premier League title. Pep Guardiola came in and he won the title. I can't discredit that because those managers won it right before Pep Guardiola came in. So, other Man City fans will tell me we brought Pep Guardiola in to win the Premier League. Like, what the heck? Are you kidding me? Antonio Conte came into the Chelsea Football Club in its first season and won the Premier League. What are you guys smoking, Man City fans? NASA, what are you smoking? You did not bring Pep Guardiola in to win that Premier League because Conte came in and won that Premier League, that freaking Premier League. Don't come and tell me Pep Guardiola was coming to idolize and win the Premier League. No. As good, as great as Pep Guardiola is, you cannot tell me he's brought into Manchester City to win the EPL. No. He is brought into Manchester City to win goddamn UCL. And if he doesn't win it, that is a big failure. Because if you look at what he has spent, defender, left back, right back, midfielder, striker, look at how much he has spent. But right now, we keep protecting him. But when it comes to Jose, another manager, we break Jose because we call him washed, finish. But why can't we get the same criticism we give to Jose Mourinho, another manager, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and those co? Why don't we give those kind of criticism to Pep Guardiola? Is he the god of football? What the heck is going on with the generation of football? What's going on with it? I don't know. Because it's been protected a lot. I don't get why it's been protected. I don't know. Because if you can clown or say because his wash is bad, then clown Pep Guardiola too. Because he's been doing some dodgy and ridiculous, stupid stuff a lot. He's been doing some dodgy stuff that everybody just neglect and say because it's Pep Guardiola. Are you kidding me? Really? It's Pep. That's because he's won so many accolades. We can't bash him and we can't even discredit what he's done.
Bring up Shane Schuber's comment.
Very, very careful of you guys protecting Pep. Yes, regardless of what he has won, Oseto has won it. He has won a trophy too. So if you want to call him the GOAT, you gotta put us into that scenario too. People will say Jose has spent so much money, but has he been this backed or protected by a club Every club Pep Guardiola has gone to is been protected and been bagged. Barcelona, Bayern, same thing with Man City too. Why? Why don't we give them some criticism? We give other manager, top tier manager, the same criticism to Pep.
Abdullah, you can even the season before last, so not this season just gone, but season before last in this league where he didn't win the league, so he lost to Liverpool side of Klopp winning the title, who may FY hasn't spent 900 million. They then lost to Lyon in that same season. He lost to Lyon in the in the Champions League, and then it just occurred to me that he lost to Arteta's Arsenal in the FA Cup. Like, so he just won a company. So any other manager, any other top goated manager potentially would have been sacked after that type of season, especially like him or Barcelona.
Thank you for bringing that up. People say when if it is Roman, it will see. If it started bullshit with Roman, I can guarantee it will only last 1.5 seasons. It's gone. I'm guaranteeing it's gone. Because Roman will tell you, I'm spending this money for you to win the UCL. I've bring so many managers who has money in the Premier League. If you don't deliver this, you're out of the door. So I don't know why it's been these people call the GOAT of manager, the God of this, the God of that. No, I don't care about him being the God of this. If you're in the club for like 4 or 5 years and you can't deliver me a UCL, that's a big failure. That's a big hell.
That's a fair point. That's a good question. That's the Chelsea fan.
Big hell.
If Pep Guardiola had the same record at Chelsea,
it would have been gone.
Oh, no. Yeah, he'll be sacked. Okay, like you see,
1.5 years is gone.
That's why it's key. I mean, thank you, Wesley, for that thing of bringing up Shane's point. Is you have to understand Man City. City fans, all they care about is we are better than Man United domestically. Oh, the Champions League, okay, that'll be cool. No. We're doing better than United. That's all they care about. Because I think that because of the very kind of close-minded view that people have and how much people really care about these local rivalries, City fans, the only thing they care about is winning that league, because it means that we've won it and United haven't. That's their main thing. So
has Pep beat Ollie in the league yet? Has Pep beat Ollie in the league yet?
I'm not sure.
You don't want me to answer that.
But the thing though is that that's the situation that Pep finds himself in, is that, because I remember, because he was given the interview before the UCL final, and he said that like he's now set a benchmark. Now, and he said the benchmark he sets is now any manager who comes in, you're now expected to win the Papa John's Cup based on how often they won. I said, hey, wait, Pep, wait, hold up. So we went from this guy who revolutionized football, won a treble, a sextuple, so forth and everything. So now you're saying that winning the Papa John's Cup every year is now a benchmark? That's madness. And I think for Pep, he believes that based off what he's done in City and so forth, that is enough because of the people he's surrounded with. But the thing about it is that it goes back to my man, Omar Akutuba, who talked about, who laid the question to him that, bro, people say that you've not been able to win it without Messi. And even remember there was one interview where Messi says, oh yeah, Fraudiola. So Guardiola knows the name Fraudiola. He's aware. Hence why this really pains him. You see, as we know from Pep, the guy's a freaking liar. He's a bald-faced liar. This guy's told us in our face in 4K that they can't replace Sergio Aguero, and he cried. Now they're trying to get Kane for 500 million. The guy's a freaking liar. So him saying that the records, the leagues, and so forth, no, he's lying. He knows deep down that yes, that's cool, that's great. He really wants to win the Champions League because he hates the Messi tax that people keep putting him on. Because every year that he doesn't win the UCL, guys will be like, yeah, Messi gave life to you. That Barca team gave life to you. Because you see, that's what Zimon said. Like, it's both. It's a Messi tax and it's Spain tax. Because I'm sorry, guys, that team won 3 international trophies. Okay? So, and that Barcelona team that won 3 international trophies was 80 to 90% Barcelona players. So again, we will look at the sample size and so forth, and we focus on management. Is it really you, Pep, or you were lucky to have such a very unique generation of players, i.e., the greatest Spain generation of all time and one of the most talented players of all time. And this guy even said that, again, I don't know whether he said, but he even said with his own mouth that, hey man, it's not me, man, it's the players. I just have amazing players. Well, yeah, you have amazing players. So how much credit can we really give a guy who is an amazing players? Because again, let's bring up Fergie. You can certainly want to talk about Fergie and so forth. I'm sorry, Phil Neville, Gary Pallister, what's it called, Kanchelskis, Poborski. I mean, some of the names that Fergie had, Fergie made a lot of pretty average players in my book look really good. Pep has never had a situation where I'm now making an average player look good or an average team look good. Fergie had some average players. FC Porto didn't have amazing players. It's okay. So, management. So who else wants to jump in here?
That's the thesis over, isn't it? It's done. It's done.
So, where do you rank him in terms of like just all time? Because he's not a GOAT.
I think, look, to take us to the hour, I think it's about ranking. See, the ranking is tough because okay, we've clowned him and so forth. My thing is, you cannot deny trophies. You cannot deny the amount of trophies that this guy's won. And you cannot deny the style. You see, his greatest achievements was the 100-point season. I don't care about the sextuple. I don't care about the treble. His greatest achievements as manager is that 100-point season because it's the most competitive league. It's the most difficult league to win based on the of the money that teams are given, and the fact that again, the kind of criticism you received at the end of that first year from the English media that you can't do this in the Premier League, you can't play this way in the Premier League, and he showed that he could in the biggest way possible was the biggest flex. So you see, similar to like players and so forth, I like the two flex. Hence why Wilton saying Zidane doesn't hold much weight because I need Zidane to do it internationally. So that's why you've got to look at Lippi. You have to look at Del Bosque. You've got to look at Beckenbauer, guys who succeeded at the international club. But if we just put internationals to one side, Pep is up there. I feel uneasy putting Pep over Heinkes, Mourinho, and Ancelotti. You know, he may have won more trophies, been more successful in terms of trophies won and records, but I feel uneasy because, yes, he may have won more trophies and so forth. I'm a dud merchant. I live off degree of difficulty. And for me, if you've won this difficult competition and the Premier Club competition with two different teams in two different countries and two different cultures, that's a greater flex than you winning it with one team. So I would put him below Ancelotti and below Mourinho.
What about Sir Alex Ferguson?
I'm putting him below Fergie. I'm putting him below Fergie because Fergie won it with two different teams. And the teams he won it with were nowhere near as talented as our Barcelona side. Because forget Pep, just the talent of that Barcelona side, it's one of the most talented sides in club football. Again,
and also the Fergie's last league title win is more dud than any league title win Pep has ever won. So
yeah. So for me, I would say again, we'll do the rankings of managers on the other side, but for Pep specifically, I would put him focusing on clubs. I'm not bringing in Heinkes and things. So I'm going to put him below. It's difficult. I'm putting him below Fergie, Ancelotti, Mourinho. I'm putting him below Zidane. Because the thing with Zidane was those 3 UCLs and winning that La Liga title with the kind of team that he had. Because that team he had was a freaking broken team that he managed to somehow squeeze out, and he won it with Vinicius. I'm sorry. To win a league title with freaking Vinicius Jr., that's his dud. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm putting it above those, and I'm, you know what? I don't want to. Fine, I'll put him above Rafa Benitez. So, so look, before I come to Wilton for everyone's ranking, man, let me just hit these dubs so we're all.
Can I chip in something?
Wait. I'll come to it. So from your boy, yes side, who says, "Nah, Core, when did you become a Bayern fan? I swear you weren't a Bayern fan when Flick won the treble." Yes, you've been sleeping. He's been a Bayern fan for the last few years. He has a channel. He has a YouTube channel. I think he's got an Instagram. He's a Bayern fan, Bayern Core. So yes, said he's been a Bayern fan for a few years. The guy is psycho. And from Yas's side, who is a Boychester divided fan, Lord help him. Thank you. HH telling it the way it is. Pep was carried by his players. Nothing but a fraud. Biggest front runner of all time. It is what it is, bro. Good coach, decent coach, leaned upon an extremely generational, talented squad that he had. And from King Gambani, who says, Conte is a CL away from surpassing Pep for me. I'm not sure about that. I need to think on that. I'm not sure that I can commit to that. That's going too far. Conte winning the UCL. Nah, that's going too far. Wilton, talk to me. Where do you rank Pep?
Again, when it comes to managers, I really can't say who's the greatest of all time. But I know Pep is definitely one of the greatest. So I can't tell you who's the official GOAT because it's so hard because there's really great managers, especially Brazilian managers that only coaches international teams and won World Cups. And there's managers that they did both for. They won Champions League, European Cups, and won like a World Cup of their country. But Pep is definitely one of the greatest of all time. If I had to make a list, I'd say he's definitely top 20, top 10. I think even top 15 of all time if I had to. But for me, there's really not a GOAT manager. It's all subjective because again, like what's stopping me from saying Del Bosque is the greatest of all time when he won a World Cup, a Euro, a Champions League. Like why can I say that? But most people say Alex Ferguson because I know what he did with United, which is very impressive. The guy literally, Manchester United wouldn't beat Manchester United without Alex Ferguson. But what's stopping me from saying Beckenbauer is the greatest of all time when he did it with Bayern Munich, European Cups, and World Cups. So, again, Pep is one of the greatest of all time. I don't think he's the GOAT. I don't think there's an official GOAT manager. That's just me. That's just my opinion.
Zeman.
For me, Pep would probably make it to the top 10.
All time.
Yeah. I think you make it to the top 10 in terms of just impact as a manager. Because as much as you want to say, that Spain side, De Bosque was able to get the best out of them, his style of play was mimicked by De Bosque after the 2008 Euros, which got them the success for the 2010 and 2012. So for me, just in terms of just impact, overall trophies won and whatnot, then he'll make it to the top 10. I wouldn't say he's the GOAT. I think there's other managers that are contenders for that as well. The likes of, you've even said it, Sir Alex Ferguson. So for me, he's top 10. Yeah, he's top 10. Minimum, he's top 10.
All right. Yes, sorry, what's his face? Abdullahi, talk to me. Where do you rank Pep?
In terms of all time, I think we need to differentiate between best and great. Because I still don't put Pep as a great manager. People call him the great.
I said, where do you rank him? Where do you rank him?
Overall, I would say top 10. I'll give him top 10.
Top 10 all time?
Yeah, top 10 all time. But just because of what he has won as a manager, his accolade and achievement and everything, I'll put him top
10. Shan?
I'll probably say top 10 because...
You know what? Can you be specific? Okay, you say top 10. Give me a number. It's so ambiguous. Give me a number.
He probably scrapes 10th because there's been more like legendary historical managers that I haven't seen, but their achievements they're way better than Pep. So
okay, so his grades basically 10th. What's it called? Osasuna, man. Where do you rank him, bro? Pep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Why would you have this? Wait. Isn't this like Schadenfreude or self-harm? Why would you want this as your AVI? Isn't this painful?
He's still healing, man. He's still healing from it.
Still healing still.
You don't understand how bad that is for me.
Actually, true. Based off how you were preaching and so forth, yeah, man. You took an L, man. So
Yeah.
Pep, man, rank him.
I have to blame someone. So I say Mourinho is above him, Ancelotti above him, Del Bosque above him. That's a lie. Del Bosque is not above him.
Wait. Doesn't Del Bosque have a UCL, a World Cup, and a Euro?
Yeah, but here's actually no. Del Bosque is above Pep, because I was thinking, yeah, you won those 3 international trophies, but it was also the best team in Europe. Well, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Whatever. He's above Pep. And so that puts Pep at number 4. Is there anyone else? Alex Ferguson. So he's number 5.
So you have Pep at 5. Okay. Suleiman, man, where are we putting Pep?
For now, I think he's top 10. If he wins a CL without like Messi, I'd say top 5.
Suleiman, I need a number. 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 5, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna give him 8 for no apparent reason.
Okay, look, very cool. What's it called? YSK. Where are we ranking your boy?
Pep. I'd say Pep makes it into my top 5, and I'd say he scrapes number 5.
So who are the 4 you have ahead of him?
Well, I think Zidane. Well, so if you're taking like all the European club trophies available, so that's the Champions League, Europa League, and then we'll add the Super Cup in there as well. Why not? Because R9 won it. Pep, Fergie, and Jose has 4 in total, and Zizou has 5. So I'm gonna put Zidane just in 4th for now.
Wait, you said Zidane has how many? You said he has 5.
He has 5 in total. Well, he has 3 Champions Leagues and 2 UEFA Super Cups.
Okay.
And the rest have a mixture of Pep only has CLs and Super Cup, and then Jose is Europa and CL, and then Fergie's is Super Cup and CL. So yeah, my list would be Pep, Zidane, Uncle Mo, and Fergie.
All right. Red Devil, round us off, man. Round us off. Take us out of here.
I mean, I always think the manager is not just about it's obviously trophies to achieve, but also again degree of and how you actually build and coach players. So I, and as much as I don't like Liverpool, I would rate Klopp over Pep, because for what Klopp did with the Dortmund, dismantling the Bayern, dominance of the Bundesliga, and to win like 2 league titles with Dortmund, and who haven't recovered since, and then again to bring Liverpool to win Liverpool's first league title in 30 years, and then their CL. Those 4 things, back-to-back titles, a Champions League with Liverpool and a Premier League title with Liverpool. For me, that's more of a dud. That's more of an achievement than what Pep.
Wait. Can I just confirm? Are we doing like best manager or like the achievement, like greatest? Like what are we doing?
No. Who just do you think have the Best managers.
Best manager wise, Pep. Yeah, Pep's just about in top 10. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm just in mind because I just trophies obviously a big thing for me, but also it's the players that you've used to do that, and also the impact that you've made going into, because like I said earlier in the stream, I think the thing I wish with Pep is that there have been managers that have come before him and gone after him that have achieved more or less similar things in terms of trophies than he has. Whereas you look at again, using a club example, for example, Klopp leaves Dortmund. Have they won or even been close to winning a league title or Champions League? No. Liverpool, we don't know, but they weren't close to winning a Premier League title. Okay, I bet with Rodgers slightly, but still, Klopp comes in, they do that. So that for me is a big thing when talking about greatest managers, and not just the manager themselves have won. Pep has won more trophies than Klopp, yeah, sure, but once again, if Klopp has the same amount of money and resources that Pep has spent in the 1.2 billion, does he not achieve more, if not more so, than what Pep has achieved at Man City and Bayern? So for me, Pep Guardiola, ranking wise, probably I'm gonna go. People are gonna say I'm a hater. But
Red Devil, Red Devil, don't put him top 30, top 40.
No, he's not.
Don't
He's
say
not,
30.
He's not top 10. He's not top 10.
He's not top 20, isn't it?
No. He's in. What I say is just he's not top 10 based on those factors.
No. Red Devil.
He's a United fan. He's a United fan.
Number merchants.
See, Red Devil. This is a roasting session. This isn't a cannibalistic session.
It's a cannibalistic.
So,
it's a cannibalistic
and
session.
you're speaking to. You're not putting him top 10.
Until we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when because these things are always difficult when the person is still managing. Okay, so when he's finished management, I might change it. But currently right now, because if you're going to tell me from now, let's say for the next 10 years from now, he spends another $1 billion and he doesn't want to Champions League, so you're still going to put him as a top 10 manager. No, that makes zero sense. Zero sense.
He's going from billion to billion.
You don't know why the managers ever spent $2 billion.
$2 billion.
He's moving from
and
billions.
UCLs.
It's moving from billions to trillions. You know that, right? It's moving from billions to trillions.
So
you
wait,
don't want
so
that to happen in football.
Red Devil. So where is he?
No, wait. So to this whole thing from combining, so it says Conte does far more than Pep. Look at it. Would you put Conte over Pep?
No. I'm sorry, Conte, man.
No, domestic.
You struggle in knockout stages,
yeah,
bro. If Pep
domestic.
struggles,
How do you?
you're
How do you get
going.
knocked out in the group stage?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sisi. Umbani, what destroys your arguments is the group stage thing in CLs. I'm sorry. Like that whole thing means that he's not even in the conversation.
He is the definition of a domestic merchant.
Yeah,
Oh, he's the world manager,
I have a
bro.
question to ask you.
That's what he is.
He defines the best measure. Yes, what? Abdullah, what?
How do you? Because when we talk about Pep now, firstly, do you question the ambition of the Manchester City hierarchies? Because regardless of how much we say Pep Guardiola spent on this and that, we have to question that hierarchy ambition, because look at how much they spent, but they still can't even win the UCL, but they keep spending money and everything.
Yeah, but Abdullah, if they're making progress though, because 2016 listen, 2016 they got to the semi. Then last year they got to the final. They lost it by fine margin. So let's see this season, if they get knocked out in the round of 16, I think you got to sack Pep then. Because
no,
Man City are definitely making
another
progress.
$1 billion and see what happens.
Like Man City are definitely making progress. But again, I don't know what the board expects from Pep.
But see, the worst thing that could happen though, the worst thing that could happen is if somehow Pep was to leave or whatsoever, another manager comes in with a pretty much similar squad and wins the Champions League with Man City. If that's supposed to happen, that would just completely because again,
Pep leaves, where would he leave to?
But at the same time, though, some Man City fans, they say Pep was brought there to like make them more successful, to just keep winning any trophies, because they were winning Premier Leagues before Pep obviously got there, but they weren't winning it like that. Like almost consistently. They weren't winning.
Well, they weren't. They
trophies
didn't.
every
They
single
didn't
season.
they didn't get the money that he had though, or the types
No,
of players
of
he had.
course. But I'm
You know,
saying like the club is definitely making
Mancini
progress.
literally just won
This is the
a
first.
Euro with Italy now. Do you
This
imagine
is-
what would have Mancini got on the money that Pep got, having won
Why
just a year?
didn't he then? Why didn't he?
Yeah, well, it speaks to hierarchy. That's what I'm saying.
Was it
Because
why
it's-
didn't
Let's be honest, bro.
The reason I said that,
trust him. That's the reason
the
why.
reason I said that is because people who have beat Chelsea a lot that we have a structure of sacking, hiring and sacking. But ever since Roman has taken over, the hiring and sacking has worked because we've won so many trophies, a lot. But that's why I said, do we need to question that Pep Guardiola, the Manchester City hierarchies? Because if they can buy Pep and his managerial philosophy to this year, and not even winning the UCL, but they keep accepting, okay, win us the Premier League, make us sustainable in the Premier League.
But the way that City are, Abramovich is just different. You know, Abramovich, the way he operates is different. For City, you have to understand that what City are and the history. For if they were to sack Pep, City fans would riot.
I don't think it will work away. It's better
No. But if the sack him, the fact that City fans for them, Pep is like a god because he has come and changed the shift of power away from United. Again, what City fans care more about having won over United than winning the Champions League. Those
They
are
care more
City
about
fans.
Manchester being blue than the CL.
Yeah, like that's all they care about. No, they don't care about the Champions League. So for them, Pep has super succeeded based on him winning the league and preventing United from winning the league. But for what the higher ups want and so forth, I always thought that these guys really want the Champions League, but I think the pressure that thing is under. But see, I'm not convinced that Pep's job isn't really under scrutiny because he keeps on being successful each season, and I think they know how much he's loved by the fans. So they're almost screwed because if you do want the Champions League, which is why you've got to respect Perez, you do need to put in a bit of pressure because pressure is what's really lose all boom. But if we don't lose, I'm still going to keep my job. Then so what? Guys, we've preached, we've talked. I need to go and sleep, relax, and do my thing. But guys, we'll see you back here next Sunday. And Wilson, next Sunday.
Another day, no Holland.
YSK, screw you and screw your bummers club. So, Wilson, next Sunday. I'm sorry, but your boys next
Neymar.
Okay, yeah. I'm
not,
I'm not even gonna join that. Full of agenda.
Yo, Sean, what up? Sean, yeah, what's up?
Yeah. You know Mbappe missed that penalty, right?
Before we go again, screw Shan because obviously Shan did Mbappe. And by the way, let me just remind people again that Mbappe has a World Cup, and Mbappe is the second teenager in history to win a freaking World Cup. So screw you, but I got it at the bell. So Yasser Said says, you know what's strange? Pochettino gets more credits for losing a final than Claudio Ranieri gets for winning the league title with Leicester City. This is what I need to remind with people right now. No, this is afterwards and so forth. PSG, if you want to listen to me, feel free to listen because this is free game. Pochettino is a loser. Pochettino will never win the Champions League with PSG. Never. So once you realize that, then realize that the best thing you need to do is to sack. So this dude called Pochettino, first of all, you lost the league title to Lille, a team with no players that anyone knows about. And You lost the freaking French Community Cup Shield to Lille yet again. So Lille did the double over you based on all of the players and talents you had. PSG, these guys are dumb. Mbappe, see, to Mbappe, I told you, I needed to win this UCL. I need this UCL Infinity Stone so I can clown these freaking dudes and you can finally surpass Messi and Cristiano. But you're not winning it with Pochettino. Who in their right mind thought Pochettino was the right man to lead PSG to the promised land? Who thought so? So I just think that, it's just sad. And whether you get Hakimi, whether you get Donnarumma, Ramos, and so forth, if the man in the dugout is that trash brick Pochettino who benched Lucas Moura, who dropped a 3-piece in the semi, and played a Harry Kane who dropped a disaster class in that final, you are not winning. You're not sniffing the UCL trophy as long as you're in charge. Guys, peace out. Stay true, stay real. I will see you guys next week for more transfer shows, live shows. Stay tuned to the channel for more shows and so forth. What's that?